Hello everyone and a warm welcome from Geneva, Switzerland, here at the Centre Sportif de la Cuit-Arve as we gather for the GBG Geneva Cup 2023, a prestigious competition that brings together teams from various European nations, offering them a chance to experience a competitive tournament on a European platform, something that's a first for many here this weekend. This year we will witness 8 exciting teams from across Europe, and that list includes FC United of Scotland, France's Toulon or Les Black Lions Toulon, Spain's Shalok Alicante, Italy's Modena or ASD San Vito Saint Martin, Belgium's Red Fox, our host Les Phoenix Genevieve, hailing of course from Switzerland, and furthermore the inclusion of 2 diverse European teams in this year's competition has added another layer of intrigue. First we have the All-Stars Europe, who you'll see in this game here this morning. An exciting assembly of European-based footballers. We'll go through the team lineups exactly in a few minutes' time. And we also have an EPFA youth team, a collection of some of the most promising talents from across the continent. Here for the opening game of the GBG Geneva Cup 2023. We have All-Stars Europe versus FC United, and they are from Scotland, of course. We'll get confirmation of that game on your screens. Let's show the squads and go through the team lineups exactly as they appear. So for the All-Stars, number 10, Iago Cordron. Number 19, Bobby Allen. Number 29, Elliot Dole. Number 40, John Dixon. And number 7, Julien Zhu. The coaches, Brian Dix and Stuart Allen. Of FC United from Scotland, appearing at their first ever European-based competition. They have number 27, Thomas Pettigrew. Number 3, Lizzie Jackson. Number 77, Anne-Marie Robertson. And number 8, Kieran Burns. The officials, Simone Scalisi from Italy. The officials, Nele Bogna from Germany. Morag Piri from Scotland. And Ocean Guerrier from France. So, ready to get things underway. And as we progress, I'll explain kind of the format of the tournament, some of the significant events as they unfold. So Simone Scalisi ready to blow his whistle to get proceedings underway. Gets the all clear from his officials and blows his whistle. So Kieran Burns to kick things off, fires it diagonally from one side of the court to the other. Really intrigued to see how the Scottish team adapt to this platform. So the European All-Stars, looks like they're lining up with John Dixon in goal. They have Bobby Allen coming over to take this kick in on the left-hand side as the European All-Stars see it. Julien Zhu, number 7, in possession, pressured by Thomas Pettigrew. And they have Iago Cordron, the Belgian superstar, up top. Was very impressive in last year's EPFA Cup 2022, which saw Belgium crowned champions, earning one of 3 available spots at the next EPFA Nations Cup. Yet to be determined when and where, but probably around 2025 we will see that competition take place. So an early 2-on-1 awarded in favour of the All-Stars. Julien Zhu, number 7, just in communication with John Dixon, who takes the ball, fires it down to Bobby Allen. Cleared and pressured well by the number 77 of Scotland, Anne-Marie Robertson. Tight down in that top right-hand corner. Kieran Burns comes over wearing that captain's armband, just instructing Anne-Marie Robertson where and when to be in position. To Kieran Burns to take. Straight into Thomas Pettigrew, lets it go all the way back to Julien Zhu in the half of the All-Stars. Deflection puts it further into that half. And the FC United dispossessed by Julien Zhu, who advances down this left-hand wing, blocked by Kieran Burns, who's going to try and mount an attack for the Scottish side. Julien Zhu incredibly well to get out of that pressure, flicks it to his left. Bobby Allen has an open goal to fire at and opens the score in the first goal of this competition. Scored brilliantly well. Julien Zhu did well to advance up the court from one side to the other and set away Bobby Allen, who had the easiest job in the world to just guide the ball over the line. All-Stars Europe 1, FC United 0. Kieran Burns just having a few words with Anne-Marie Robertson. Got to remember, this is a developmental tournament. Teams competing on this sort of stage for the first time. So there'll be a lot of kind of varied playing styles and adaptation needed from these competing teams. That's what's so fascinating about having 8 competing nations. Bobby Allen now just fires it back to Julien Zhu in the centre, trying to pick out Iago Cordron on the right-hand side, pressured by Thomas Pettigrew. Has to be careful about his positioning with his captain Kieran Burns, has to not allow that 2-on-1. All the while Kieran Burns maintains a position in his box. They're allowed that sort of setup at the back post to Julien Zhu, picks it up with the front of his chair, and another brilliant goal. 2 goals in as many minutes. See the European All-Stars double their lead and advantage. Really impressed with what I'm seeing from that number 7, Julien Zhu, in the opening 4.5 minutes, dictating play in that central role, the provider and the scorer of that one. Burns into Pettigrew. Julien Zhu, healthy contact between the chairs of Robertson and Zhu. The wince on the face of both players. Just getting that adjustment now to make sure they're all okay. While they get their adjustments, we'll just talk you through the format of this competition. In the initial stage, our 8 teams will be split into 2 pools, Pool A and Pool B, and each team will compete in a round-robin format within their respective pools to play against every other team in their group. Based on these results, the teams that finish first and second will automatically progress to tomorrow's semi-finals. Bobby Allen controls beautifully on that left-hand wing, fires it across the box, ricochets, unfortunately, into the box of Scotland. And it looks like Iago Cordron was drawn into the action, so it's going to be a 2-on-1 for FC United. So the semi-final pairings across pool, with the first place team from Pool A facing the second place team in Pool B, and vice versa. Teams that don't progress to the semi-finals will enter placing games. My name is Ryan Sipple. I'm delighted to be your commentator for this one. And we have others across the weekend. I'll bring you the action here from Geneva. We have 2 courts in operation. For all of the action on Court B, you're joining me across Goals Beyond Grass's YouTube channel. For that of Court B, you will need to access EPFA's YouTube. Kieran Burns. Over to Robertson. Once again, quick pressure from Julian Zhu. Kieran Burns just ushering Anne-Marie Robertson over to the centre, into Pettigrew. Can't quite get contact. Julian Zhu fires it down to Iago Cordron. Lets it run across his chair and can't quite get the connection on that 180 spin kick. But positive signs nonetheless from that team, comprised of players across Europe. Iago Cordron in the box of FC United. Lets it run out of place. I think he felt that it had taken contact off of one of the Scottish players' chairs, so let it run out of play. But play will resume with a FC United kick in on that top right-hand corner as you're viewing it, into Thomas Pettigrew, quickly pressured by Iago Cordron. Switch in play from one side of the court to the other. Thomas Pettigrew with a chance to dribble out of danger now, but quickly pressured by Julian Zhu. Bobby Zhu into the side of Kieran Burns' chair. Down to Bobby Allen. He's going to exchange some short passes with Zhu. John Dixon fairly uninvolved in the opening 9 or so minutes. Zhu. Kieran Burns does well to clear. Iago Cordron trying to find a way past the FC United number 27, Thomas Pettigrew. So if I hadn't explained it, Pool A comprised of FC United European All-Stars, Red Fox and Toulon. Shallock in Pool B, Shallock, Alicante, Epfa Youth, Medina and Phoenix Genevieve. Good work from FC United to get into the final third of the European All-Stars. Can they generate a chance here? Fired into the side of Julian Zhu as the most defensive player. John Dixon with his first involvement of the game. Bobby Allen, strong contact but cleared and prevented from advancing from Kieran Burns. Bobby Allen into Zhu. Burns really struggling to find a way past that number 7. Julian Zhu all the way over to Bobby Allen. caught in two minds potentially there as to what part of his chair to connect with. Straight as an arrow ball from the Frenchman Julien Zhu. Really promising signs, no doubt, for the French national team. Viewing a young up-and-comer brightly dictating this game at the start of this competition. He finds Bobby Allen there. Once again, I don't think his positional play aided that fantastic ball from Julien Zhu. Slightly too square. No doubt Bobby Allen would have liked to have seen it more diagonal into that top left-hand corner, but positive signs nonetheless. As Lizzie Jackson takes the goal kick, has to be careful of her positioning with Kieran Burns there. Slightly fortunate as to not allow 2-on-1 initially, but it was awarded in the end. Simone Scalisi just communicating with Kieran Burns. His decision. 13 minutes gone. European All-Stars 2. FC United 0. Goals from Bobby Allen and Julien Zhu separating the sides. And it will be that man, the latter man, coming to take this indirect free kick, so has to go via the chair of an opponent and or teammate to be registered as a goal. There's Bobby Allen waiting in a lot of space on that left-hand side. Thomas Pettigrew and Kieran Burns trying to prevent or restrict the space of the Belgian Iago Caudron on the right-hand side. Really credible opportunity to try and score their third goal of the game and competition respectively. No doubt they'll experiment with their lineups and tactics and techniques across the competition, and that's what this competition's all about. You'll come against many different varied playing styles from different nations. So, Julien Zhu. Bobby Allen to the left, Iago Caudron to the right. Once again, I'll reiterate, indirect, so has to go via the chair, ideally of one of his teammates and two wide players. That's what's so great about this competition. It's a gathering of so many different players showcasing their skill, strategy, teamwork, and for the viewing audience, an opportunity to see the variation of playing styles and techniques adopted by teams across the continent. We're going to see match officials officiating at this level for the first time in addition as well, so a great opportunity for them to hone their trade. So we're going to finally get it, following some guidance from head of European referees Caroline Bean, and Julien Zhu readies his chair to take Caudron, just facing the referee. See if he'll adjust. It looks like it's going to go to Bobby Allen into Iago Caudron, just flicks off the back of his chair. Had he got the right sort of accuracy on that and fired it towards the left-hand side of his chair, that was without question going to be their third goal, but well defended by FC United to restrict their third goal. We're going to get our first substitution of the game. Bobby Allen coming off, the goal scorer of the European All-Stars' first goal, and in his place, Elliot Dole. So you should have confirmation of that change on your screens now. Julien Zhu. Great ball. Straight into the action. Elliot Dole blocked off by Kieran Burns. Love a heat map for Julien Zhu. Seems to have been everywhere in this first half. John Dixon called into defensive duties. We're going to get a contact foul. when you're restricted and prevented from getting involved in the action, as John Dixon has up until this point, it's almost acceptable to have that sort of contact. He hasn't felt his way into this game or had much ball time as opposed and when compared to the other players. So just a little bit complacent, but almost acceptable. Kieran Burns, direct free kick. Dole cleared out of danger. Very congested in that top right-hand corner. They have to be careful about potential two-on-ones. Dole set to Iago Quadron, who tries to guide away, and there's nothing that the goalkeeper, Lizzie Jackson, can do to prevent that from going straight over the line. Apologies, just trying to get confirmation as to who scored that goal from what the fourth official is communicating. It was potentially an own goal, and that's what you'll get confirmation of on your screen now, but we will make sure that that is right or wrong shortly. Julien Zhu, Thomas Pettigrew tries to pick out Kieran Burns in the centre. Just over a minute remaining in this first half. European All-Stars 3. And a chance here for Iago Quadron. He fires it across the box. Julien Zhu has an attempt at goal. Brilliantly defended by Lizzie Jackson. Eventually going out for a goal kick. Almost certainly a fourth goal. Had it not been so brilliantly defended by the Scottish side. Pettigrew into the back of Iago Quadron's chair. Kieran Burns has to be wary. Does really well to pick out Anne-Marie Robertson, who just follows through on that contact, connecting with the front of Julien Zhu's chair. Unfortunate, it was just the mistiming of the connecting with that ball meant that she connected with the European All-Stars number 7. Looks like the referee has given a final warning. Any further infringements will no doubt. We will see the yellow card brought out. Julien Zhu across the pitch. Kieran Burns to clear. Thomas Pettigrew just guides it towards the half of European All-Stars. Great pass from John Dixon over to Elliot Dole, who fires it over to Iago Quadron, but couldn't quite get the positional play to keep it in. Kieran Burns down to Pettigrew, blocked by Iago Quadron, out of play. So we've had the regulation 20 into additional time. Anything that our referee has accrued across this first half, I doubt very much. Julien Zhu guides all the way past Kieran Burns, who restricts him at that left-hand post. Trying to work out what the referee has awarded. It looks like it may be a penalty kick. Contact from Kieran Burns. So it is going to be a penalty for the European All-Stars. Slightly misfortunate for the Kieran Burns there. Certainly from this angle, didn't necessarily look like it was too forceful. He just guided the ball out of play. So a chance deep into additional time for a fourth goal. Iago Cordron readies himself to take. Kieran Burns moving backwards and forwards to try and put off the Belgian number 10. Couldn't quite get the contact cleared initially by Kieran Burns, but couldn't prevent the follow-up. Iago Cordron, the goal scorer. European All-Stars 4, FC United 0. Straight down into the half of the European All-Stars. Three minutes into additional time. The referee, Simone Scalisi from Italy, blows his whistle. All-Stars Europe 4, FC United 0. Join us shortly for the second half. Hello everyone, welcome back to the soon-to-be second half in this opening fixture between European All-Stars and FC United. Just as I've got a little bit of time, we'll talk about this tournament. As I said from the start, this is a competition that brings together teams from various European nations, offering them a chance to experience a competitive tournament on a European platform, something that's a first for many here competing this weekend. And this year we will witness 8 exciting teams from across Europe. That list includes FC United from Scotland, who we're watching in this first half, France's Toulon, Spain's Shalok Alicante, Italy's Modena, Belgium's Red Fox, our host Les Phoenix Genevieve, of course hailing from Switzerland. And furthermore, the inclusion of 2 diverse European teams in this year's competition has added that layer of excitement. In front of us watching, and you're seeing the talent on show. We've got the European All-Stars, an assembly of some really exciting footballers based across the continent, and another European team comprised of younger players. The EPFA youth team brings a really exciting mix of both youth and experience to the tournament. It's more than just a tournament for these players. It's a great platform to showcase their skill, strategy, teamwork, and as I mentioned in that first half, for the people tuning in across our streams, a fantastic opportunity to see the variation of playing styles and techniques adopted by teams across the continent. You can probably see the flags behind the bleacher seatings, and that kind of represents the different nations and the different players that we have on show here this weekend. So really exciting. Just show you the as we wait, we'll go through the teams quickly from the 2 competing sides. Number 10, Iago Cordron, late goal scorer in that first half to put them 4-0 up. Bobby Allen, the first goal scorer. Elliot Dole, John Dixon and Julian Zhu, who's been without question the standout in this game, if not competition, so far. Of FC United competing on this stage for the very first time, a great learning experience for all involved. I'm sure they won't focus too much on results, but individual experience, and ensure that they grow and develop as a result of competing here in Geneva this weekend. They have number 27, Thomas Pettigrew, number 3, Lizzie Jackson, number 77, Anne-Marie Robertson, and the captain, number 8, Kieran Burns. As you can see, the coaches for FC United, Kieran Burns, Connor Burns, and Alan Robertson. I'll just put the European All-Stars graphics back up to give a huge shout out and credit to their 2 coaches, Brian Dix and Stuart Allen. Looks like the European All-Stars will enter and start the second half as they finish the first. So John Dixon adorning that goalkeeper jersey. In the centre, Julian Zhu, Elliot Dole and Iago Cordron on either wing. Only 4 players, obviously, for FC United. Whether they opt to change and alter their lineups, we will soon find out. But if they start the second as they finish the first, Lizzie Jackson will be in goal, Kieran Burns in the centre, and 2 wider players of Anne-Marie Robertson and Thomas Pettigrew. So second half soon to kick off. Simone Scalisi, our central referee, hailing from Italy, blows the whistle and gets things underway. Julian Zhu up straight over to Elliot Dole, pressured by Thomas Pettigrew. Kieran Burns coming over to prevent the advances of Julian Zhu, who's going to have an attempt at goal, well blocked by Thomas Pettigrew to see it out for a corner, preventing that danger. Looks like a 2-on-1 was awarded in that process, so an indirect free kick for Scotland. The result, as opposed to that goal kick, that corner kick, as presumed. Robertson trapped in this corner. Elliot Dole of France fired across the box. John Dixon very advanced, with Julien Zhu dropping into that defensive role. Contact from John Dixon on Thomas Pettigrew, just ushering the European All-Stars number 40 away. Kieran Burns, Anne-Marie Robertson and Thomas Pettigrew, the two supporting players, have to be aware of their positional play. John Dixon controlled with the left-hand side of his chair. Now advancing up the court. Iago Cordron has to drop off to let John Dixon advance into space. Ball placed down for a kick in. John Dixon to take. Iago Cordron in support. Fired across the box to Elliot Dole. Too much of an angle, guided straight out of play as opposed to in the path of the number 29, Elliot Dole. Kieran Burns coming to take the resulting goal kick. European All-Stars readying another change. It looks like Bobby Allen will enter the fray once again, guided out of play by John Dixon. So we're probably going to get that substitution now for the All-Stars. Iago Cordron being called off by Stuart Allen. In his place, Bobby Allen comes on. Confirmation on your screens now. Apologies if the graphics show Bobby Allen for both. It is Iago Cordron who has come off. Anne-Marie Robertson fired an attempt on goal. Their first on target this game. Well cleared by Julien Zhu. Straight out of play, unfortunately. For a goal kick. Dixon, all the way back to Kieran Burns, who fires it diagonally into the top left-hand corner. No Scottish players occupying that space to go straight back into the possession of the European All-Stars. Apologies if the time shown is not working. We've had just over 4 minutes of this second half. Elliot Dole trying to figure out a way past the captain Kieran Burns. Does well to go from one side of the court to the other. Couldn't quite squeeze it in the right hand post. Apologies for any technical difficulties. I unfortunately missed that goal as a result. Confirmation of that goal on your screens. Elliot Dole, great pass to Bobby Allen. Would have liked to seen him have a rotational spin kick to try and attempt to guide that goal bound, but try to control it as the preferred method. Too much pace. Sends it back into the half. Cleared by Thomas Pettigrew. John Dixon. Kieran Burns. Bobby Allen just drops off to allow Elliot Dole some space. John Dixon. Bobby Allen, great pass. Picking some really nice triangles. This would be a fantastic goal if they were able to convert it. Picking some amazing passes between the 4 European All-Stars players. Halted eventually by Thomas Pettigrew. Important to do so. They were building some real momentum in attack. Anne-Marie Robertson just blocked off by John Dixon, who tries to dribble it into the half of FC United. 7 minutes gone in this second half, so we're on 27 minutes. Once again, apology for any technical difficulties you are experiencing, both on the stream and commentary. We will strive to ensure that we bring you all the action. Julien Zhu to take. Bobby Allen. Over to Elliot Dool on the right-hand side. Surely 2-on-1 in favour of the European All-Stars. Advantage initially played by the referee. Burns, blocked by Elliot Dool. Bobby Allen, back to his goalkeeper, certainly the designated goalkeeper in John Dixon. Bright signs from Elliot Dool on the left-hand side. His timing and connection proving to be a real attribute of his game. Kieran Burns tried to come on, pickpocketed by Bobby Allen to Elliot Dole. Blocked by Thomas Pettigrew. Once again, apologies for any technical difficulties. It's 5-0, European All-Stars. 29 minutes played. Just over 11 minutes remaining. European All-Stars looking to mount a healthy goal difference as they seek one of those 2 semi-final spots. Julien Zhu across the box to Bobby Allen without question. Goal of the game so far. Great worked finish. A really exciting collaboration of European-based players. So, despite the technical difficulties, European All-Stars 6, FC United 0. As I mentioned earlier, our 8 teams have been split into 2 pools, Pool A and Pool B. Pool A comprised of the European All-Stars, FC United, Toulon and Red Fox. Pool B, Phoenix, Shalok, Medina and the EPFA youth team. We will work to ensure that we iron out any and all technical difficulties as we progress through the tournament. Elliot Dahl, once again, really good connection with the ball, firing it across the face of goal. That time Bobby Allen not quite in a position to receive the pass from the Frenchman. Out for a kick in for FC United, taken by Thomas Pettigrew. John Dixon, down to Bobby Allen. Certainly the right intent from the two English players. Bobby Allen not quite in a position to receive that diagonal splitting pass. Goes out for an FC United kick in. Be taken by Anne-Marie Robertson. Fairly isolated in this second half as they switch their system slightly. A bit more fluid between the three players. It's like Thomas Pettigrew and Kieran Burns are operating in that kind of central pivot with Anne-Marie Robertson and Lizzie Jackson, now the wingers. All about experimenting and trying to find the best system that suits their players. Still in their relative infancy. I think, talking to Kieran Burns, they've only been an established team since October last year, so full credit to them for making it to the European stage within less than a year. John Dixon, pressured by Thomas Pettigrew. Flicked back into Elliot Dahl, cleared well by Kieran Burns. 33 minutes gone. Kieran Burns. Cushion pass. Just get confirmation of an earlier substitution, which saw Iago Cordron come on and the ever impressive Julien Zoe leave the field of play. Cordron, right in that top right-hand corner, trying to find John Dixon on the edge of the box. Just ushered out of play by Pettigrew. John Dixon, down to his compatriot Bobby Allen, over to Elliot Dahl, finds Bobby Allen, picking some nice passes. Great diagonal, splitting pass, that's the goal of the game. The triangles between Dixon, Allen and the goal scorer, Elliot Dahl. Really brilliant play, excited to see where they can go in this tournament. No doubt after this performance will be considered amongst the favourites. Burns, blocked by Bobby Allen. Dixon tried to pressure Kieran Burns, did brilliantly to evade that. Anne-Marie Robertson has to back off to allow her captain the space. Both these two players, in Dixon and Kieran Burns, played their club football in the National League Premiership within England last season. So probably very familiar with one another's game. Bobby Allen fires into an open net. 8-0. The European All-Stars are going to register an incredibly impressive 3 points in their opening game of the competition. I suspect as we progress, goal difference will play a considerable part. So it will be about limiting further damage from FC United, and quite on the opposite of that, the European All-Stars will want to register more and more goals. Just get an adjustment with Anne-Marie Robertson. Not quite sure as to what the issue is. Slight difficulties with the chair of the FC United number 77. Hopefully they can address that, considering they only have 4 competing players at this tournament. They wouldn't want to enter any games with a player deficit. Hopefully that can be addressed quickly. We have just over 2.5 minutes remaining, despite that goal, that timer on your screens showing 30 minutes. Go through the goal scorers while we've got a second. Bobby Allen opened the game's scoring 1-0. Julian Zhu doubled the advantage soon after. 2-0. Lizzie Jackson own goal made it 3-0. Iago Quadron in that first half with a late penalty. The initial attempt blocked by Kieran Burns, but the follow-up guided over the line. Elliot Dole, the scorer of the 5th goal. And the 7th, Bobby Allen, the 6th and the 8th. Both Bobby Allen and Elliot Dole on for their hat-tricks. Will no doubt want to secure that feat in the remaining minute and a half. Lizzie Jackson. Too much speed on that, blocked by Thomas Pettigrew. 2-on-1, as there was little over a metre between the two Scottish players. Indirect free kick will be the result. It's going to be a rotated spin kick, I think, from Bobby Allen. He has 2 options in support, 3. John Dixon now the furthest option, with Elliot Dole dropping back. Can they get John Dixon on the score sheet? Looks like that will be their intention. An effort on target from Iago Quadron, cleared off the line from Kieran Burns. Quadron. John Dixon now with a chance to score his first goal of the game and competition respectively. Blocked once again by Kieran Burns in the FC United box. A pick-off attempted by Bobby Allen, prevented by the captain of FC United. Struggling to get out of their box by the ever-impressive Iago Quadron. It's happy to just wind that clock down. We've had the regulation 20, now into any additional time Simone Scalisi has accrued. And to answer that question, not very much at all. A comprehensive victory for the European All-Stars sees them secure an 8-0 win from their first game. Huge credit to them and their coaches. Some sensational, fluid, attacking football. FC United just struggled to deal with that pace and quality. Next up for FC United, they're going to take on Red Fox from Belgium, another incredibly tough team that will have aspirations of taking the tournament crown. Likewise for the All-Stars. They face Toulon, hailing from France. So just go through the schedule of Court A, the one that you're watching live across the Goals Beyond Grass YouTube channel. That was All Stars versus FC United. It was scheduled for a 10 o'clock kickoff, but due to technical difficulties, it was much delayed. So you'll see that delay for respective fixtures as we go on. Next up on Court A, we have Phoenix Genevieve against Shallock of France. Following that, we have FC United against Red Fox, as I just mentioned. After that, Phoenix against the ETFA youth team. All Stars versus Red Fox. And then the final game, ETFA youth team versus Shallock. That's Court A. Court B's action is brought to you live across the European Power Chair Football Association's YouTube channel. Thank you to all that have joined us. We hope you can join us for the next game on Court A, which will be contested between Phoenix Genevieve and Shallock Alicante. Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2023 GBG Geneva Cup here at the Centre Sportif de l'Equipe here for the second game of the day on Court A, which will be contested between Les Felix Genevieve, hailing from Switzerland. We'll go through their team quickly as they are on screen. Number 10, who we just celebrated the 21st birthday of, Gwendal Delplace. Number 14, Emmanuel Ratz. Number 7, Yusuf Rifi. Number 8, Gabriele Panico. And number 9, Christophe Lopez. Their coaches, Kelly Dos Santos and Marie Muller. To go through the team of Xaloc Alicante, hailing, of course, from Spain. They have number 1, Juan Montilla Luke. Number 10, Samuel Gro Garcia. Number 16, Arturo Fabra Reina. Number 5, Marcos Garcia Trives. Number 6, Victor Gil Vidal. Their coach, Jose Luis Ferre Alos. The officials in the centre, Morag Piri. Assistant referees of Ocean Grelier and Nele Bogner. Really excited for this one. Switzerland versus Spain, certainly with respect to their hailing countries. Already seen a great game to kick things off here in Geneva, where the European All-Stars beat FC United by 8-0. So we kick things off for the second game of Court A. Gwendal Delplace early into the action, marked well on that far side. Samuel Gro Garcia, a key player for both his club and country, guided his nation to an impressive 4th place finish in the Geneva Cup 2022 last August, almost a year ago today. Yusuf Rifi, excited to see what he can bring to this Phoenix side. Battling away with Gro Garcia on this left-hand side. Rifi. Contact between the two chairs. Free kick for Xaloc Alicante, taken by Gro Garcia, has Victor Gil Vidal closely in support. Trives on his right, hugging this right-hand touchline. Emmanuel Ratz blocking off the space, and in doing so, did not allow the 3 metres necessary for play to continue 2-on-1 in favour of Xaloc. 2 minutes gone. Gro Garcia all the way down. Christophe Lopez with his first touch of the game puts it into the pass of Trives. Over to Gil Vidal on the other side of the box. Little bit of confusion as a number of players advanced onto that ball at the same time. Play continues. Rifi doing well to put up a defensive wall with Christophe Lopez just behind. Trives does well to vacate the space, as does Emmanuel Ratz, unaware that Yusuf Rifi had initially dropped off. Gwendal Delplace has to do likewise, and a chance now for Phoenix Genevieve to break. Gro Garcia I'm not sure if you're picking it up over the streams, but some fantastic support on Court B, which is seeing the ETFA youth team take on Medina. Of course, it's the Italians with their drums. Looking forward to hopefully commentating on them on Court A across this weekend. Samuel Gros Garcia drops off to allow Victor Gil-Vidal the chance to take this set piece. Marcus Garcia Trives, far right. Gros Garcia blocked well all the way to Trives. Riffy does very well to just usher it out of play. Out for another Shallock ball. Early pressure from the Spanish side, no doubt, considering a number of these players represents their national side. They'll want to progress throughout this tournament and will no doubt have intentions of taking home the crown. It's really up for anyone to grab. As I mentioned earlier, an 8-0 win for the European All-Stars set them on an impressive path to hopefully secure one of the 2 semi-final placings. I'll go through the exact format for those tuning in for the first time, but it's a very condensed in that final third. Morag Piri just reluctantly allows play to continue, otherwise surely a 2-on-1 due to the congestion of that final third. Gil Vidal can't quite make contact. Riffy blocks. And the whistle is eventually blown. So as I was mentioning about the placing, this is the initial stage of our competition where the 8 teams competing have been split into 2 pools, Pool A and Pool B. Each team will compete in initial round robin format within their respective pools, playing against every other team in their group. And based off the results of these matches, the top 2 teams from each pool advance automatically to the semi-final stage. The semi-final pairings across pools, so the first place team in Pool A will face the second place team in Pool B and vice versa. Teams that don't progress to the semi-finals will enter placing games, so every team has a shot at determining their final position in the tournament. These 2 teams are contesting in Pool B, so it's Shallock, Phoenix Genevieve, ETFA Youth and Medina. So that second Pool B game is live across the European Power Chair Football Association's YouTube currently. You join me on the Goals Beyond Grass channel for this one between Phoenix and Shallock. Yusuf Riffy readies himself to take. Samuel Gros Garcia needs an adjustment, I believe, with his chair. So we'll hopefully get that off the court. So in the opening game of the GBG Geneva Cup, the European All-Stars went head-to-head with FC United from Scotland, putting on a notable performance. Final score 8-0 in the favour of the All-Stars, who played cohesive teamwork, consistent attacking approach. It was really exciting. I had a little mention to their coach Brian Dix in the interval, and they've without question laid down a statement of intent to progress through this tournament, if not lift that crown tomorrow afternoon. Yusuf Riffy down to Emmanuel Ratz, playing a different position. Every time I've seen Emmanuel Ratz play in her country's national side, it's been that defensive goalkeeper role. The recent introduction of Christophe Lopez, and as I mentioned, really excited to see what Yusuf Riffy can bring to the team. Juan Montilla Luke untested, yet to make a touch in this game in the Shallock goal. Slowly making their way down the court as Victor Gil-Vidal takes it quickly over to Trives. Garcia limits the advancement of Yusuf Riffy, the Phoenix number 7. Does brilliantly well. Got two options in support in Emmanuel Ratz and Gwendal Del Plas. Victor Gil-Vidal with a chance to break now. A lot of pace on that ball. Christoph Lopez will be called into defensive action and brilliantly feinted to almost guide it out of play, but let the ball roll out, resulting in that goal kick. Sensible decision either side. Gabriela Panico, the number 8 for Phoenix. And for Shalok, they have Arturo Fabra Reina waiting in the wings to come on and make a difference. Yusuf Riffi blocked off by Gro Garcia. Very closely contested in the opening 9 minutes. 2-on-1 in favour of Shalok. And considering the placement of this, arguably one of their most credible opportunities to open the scoring thus far. Very central, which gives Gro Garcia two options of Trives to his left and Vidal now occupying the space between Riffi and Lopez. No doubt he'll try and send it into the direction of one of the two. He does so. Riffi manages to break. Once again, two options in attacking support, but prevented well initially by Gro Garcia. Riffi still trying to work out the puzzle of the Shalok number 10. Too close in terms of their placement. Unquestionably a 2-on-1 in favour of Phoenix Genevieve. Gro Garcia just getting that adjustment with his chair once again before play resumed. Whilst they do that, I'll talk to you about the schedule on this court. Apologies for all of those tuning in and assuming that we were sticking to our initial timetable. Heavy delays due to technical issues and other factors means we're nearly an hour over time. But the next game on Court A, which will see FC United from Scotland take on the Red Foxes from Belgium. So I hope you can join us for that one. FC United looking to get underway following that 8-0 defeat to the European All-Stars later on this afternoon. So Yusuf Riffi into Emmanuel Ratz. Couldn't quite get the connection. Invited the pressure from Victor Gil-Vidal. A lot of pace on that ball. If it would do well to manage to keep it in. Yusuf Riffi forced to take a touch. Gro Garcia caught slightly unaware to the ball's placement there. Trives was in nice space on that left-hand wing. One thing I have mentioned both off and on commentary is how fascinated I am to see the different playing styles from these different competing teams. The variation from across the continent as Gro Garcia dribbles all the way into the side of Lopez. Gil-Vidal waiting on the edge and it goes out for a corner kick. Yeah, so for both myself, coaches and the viewing audience, the opportunity to see that variation. I'm very used and accustomed to the English style of play. Trives couldn't get the contact and Gwendal Del Plas now needs to get his placement. Manuel Ratz for some reason continuing to advance onto that ball. Nearly would have been a 2-on-1 in favour of Shalok had she not dropped off. I think you can see that from Yusuf Riffi now, just telling her that she needed to advance to the space on the left-hand wing as opposed to being drawn towards the ball. It's all about that game understanding and the communication and chemistry with your teammates. Quickly taken by Gro Garcia, caught Emmanuel Ratz and Yusuf Riffi slightly unaware. Gil-Vidal brilliantly dropping off just to allow Trives to battle away in the centre of the court. So teams from Belgium, France, Scotland, Italy, Switzerland, Spain as well as 2 European teams comprised of varied nations. So much on show here this weekend. And when that camera pans back round to the left, you'll see the array of flags representing the different nations of players we have present at this weekend's tournament. A great platform for any and all players to really be put out of their comfort zone, experience new things, new styles, different cultures. Yusuf Riffi tightly packed into that top right-hand corner. Emmanuel Ratz to take, no doubt to pass it to her number 7 teammate, adorning the goalkeeper jersey for Phoenix, Gro Garcia. One thing I'd really like to see kind of Shallock try and adopt is introducing Juan Montilla Luke, who's been rooted to his goalkeeper area throughout this first half, reluctant to leave his box. Introducing him to the play would no doubt give them that play advantage. Yes, it comes with that additional risk, leaving them potentially open to a counter-attack, but them overloads are so crucial to power chair football. Yusuf Riffi just tries to feint left and right to evade Gro Garcia, does brilliantly well. Impressed with both of these sides so far. Certainly from what I've seen from these Switzerland players, watched them on countless number of occasions with the national side, and the more they play, the more chemistry and game understanding they show. Brilliant to see Yusuf Riffi just communicating with Emmanuel Ratz. That's the name of the game, really, to just communicate your message with your teammates to ensure you're singing off the same song sheet. So, just over 4 minutes remaining of this first half. Phoenix 0, Shallock 0. Yusuf Riffi straight out for a goal kick. Manuel Ratz just driving across the face of Gro Garcia without question, didn't allow the 5 metres needed for that set piece to take place. So just brought back to retake. Now Gil Vidal battling away with the number 2, Gwendol Del Plas. Yusuf Riffi. Across the court. Out of play. Some good passing between the Shallock duo of Gro Garcia and Garcia Trives. Still in play. Almost like a game of chess between the two. Patient in their build-up play. Unfortunate to just come off the back of Emmanuel Ratz's chair there. Victor Gil Vidal finds Trives, attempts an effort at goal. Once again, Emmanuel Ratz, positional play, results in a 2-on-1 infringement. She'll have to try and iron that out their game, because these are really credible opportunities for the Spanish-based side to open the score, and with a minute and a half left on the clock in this first half, I'd be disappointed if that was the way in which they concede. 3 in the box. Once again, Emmanuel Ratz. It's that positional play, no doubt will be the topic of conversation at the half-time interval. Certainly from the angle I couldn't determine definitively whether or not it was, but our referee seems to think so, despite the contestment of Yusuf Riffi. So Victor Gil Vidal has Gro Garcia between the chairs of Yusuf Riffi and Christoph Lopez. Marcos Garcia Trives to the left. He's going to go straight into Gro Garcia, into the back and side of Yusuf Riffi's chair. Follow-up attempt from Trives, couldn't be guided over the line. Now Yusuf Riffi with a chance to break, blocked off by Victor Gil Vidal. Contact allowed by the referee. Gro Garcia with a chance, trying to pick it off, using the front of his bumper. Momentarily, Gwendol Del Plas has had to come off. Discussions taking place between the referee and Gro Garcia and Yusuf Riffi. Slight confusion as to the decision that has been made. Looks like play will resume with a set ball right on the edge. Well controlled by Yusuf Riffi to prevent the advancement of Gro Garcia. We've had the regulation 20, just over a minute into additional time. Surely the last passage of play in this first half, as Yusuf Riffi clears, blocks the effort, and the referee eventually blows the whistle for half-time. Phoenix Genevieve 0, Charlotte Alicante 0. Join us shortly for the second half. Hello everyone and welcome back to the second half of this fixture between Phoenix Genevieve and Shalok Alicante, currently at a deadlock, 0-0, with few credible goal scoring opportunities throughout that first. It's a real credible chance and opportunity for one of these players to stamp their authority on this game. It looks like Shalok are going to alter their approach. Victor Gil-Vidal currently between the sticks, so we're probably going to see some more involvement from Juan Montilla Luke. So the referee blows her whistle to get things underway for this second game of the day in the 2023 GBG Geneva Cup. Trives, Gro Garcia, all the way into the box of Phoenix. Early attacking play from the Spanish side. Juan Montilla Luke involved for the first time in this tie. Yusuf Riffi trying to relieve pressure on himself and Christoph Lopez. So closely contested throughout that first half. I wonder if it will take just a real moment of magic to separate these two teams. Juan Montilla Luke. Into Gro Garcia. Just flicks it to the left-hand side. Too much pace to really make anything of that opportunity. Yusuf Riffi happy to let that roll straight out of play for a Phoenix goal kick. Be taken by Christoph Lopez, no doubt, quickly and shortly to Yusuf Riffi. Quickly closed down by the number 10 of Shalok, Samuel Gro Garcia. As I mentioned in the first half, Gro Garcia led his nation to an impressive fourth place finish in the EFA Cup 2022 last year. No doubt one of the players to watch across this weekend's competition. Juan Montilla Luke in between the two defensive players of Phoenix. Gro Garcia readies himself to take Marcus Garcia Trives to the right, goal bound, blocked by Christoph Lopez, and assured clearance initially. The danger still there as Riffi tries to weave his way out of danger. Gro Garcia, Gwendol Del Plas just comes off the back of his chair, couldn't quite get the control on the side, so it goes straight out for a Shalok ball. Juan Montilla Luke, all the way from one side of the court to the other. Gro Garcia into the path of Trives, who shoots towards goal, blocked by Riffi, without which would have surely been the opening goal of the game. Riffi does incredibly well. And really unfortunate that he can't get his chair up to the speed of that rolling ball. But this is where I think they need to apply their pressure, try and pin them in, adopt a pressing style of play to limit the space and opportunities for the Shalok players to break the lines, which they did there brilliantly. Juan Montilla Luke happy to let that go past him. 24 minutes played. Phoenix nil, Shallock nil. Emmanuel Ratz to take into the side of Yusuf Rifi. Good work from Gro Garcia. The two players of our competing sides didn't hear the whistle of our referee. Loud cheers from Court B live across the European Power Chair Football Association's YouTube. From that support, I can only gather that Modena, our Italian side, have taken the lead against the ETFA youth team. We'll have to tune into that one to find out. On here we've got Phoenix Genevieve hailing from, of course, Geneva in their home city, looking to do their club and country proud against Shallock Alicante of Spain. Substitution, the first of this game. Looks like we're going to see Marcus Garcia Trives come off. And in his place, the only available substitute in Arturo Fabra Reina. Confirmation of that change on your screens now. Yusuf Rifi. Manuel Ratz has to back off there, which he does so brilliantly. Fired into the path of Montilla Luke. 2-on-1 as Gro Garcia and Juan Montilla Luke both drawn into that ball. Gro Garcia cleared up the court. Juan Montilla Luke to take this kick in on the side of the court. Gro Garcia looking to capitalise it, just initially fired into the side of Yusuf Rifi's chair. Fabra Reina, the number 16, yet to have an involvement, occupying space on the far right hand side of your screen. You can see that gap left by on that far side. Should Juan Montilla Luke manage to squeeze the ball past or through that stubborn defensive wall of Phoenix, he would, without question, have a real credible opportunity to put the Spanish side ahead. Once again, another set piece, this time a corner. Gro Garcia tries to angle his chair and send that ball goal bound. Blocked by Yusuf Rifi. 2-on-1. Juan Montilla Luke and Samuel Gro Garcia too close to the single player of Phoenix. Gil Vidal untested in the Shallock goal. Gil Vidal. Into Gro Garcia. Looks like they're just going to retake this ball. Got to understand there's definitely a language barrier present. Scottish referee communicating with Spanish players. Fabra Reina with his first involvement, picking out Gro Garcia on the left-hand wing. Fired a shot at goal eventually and put over the line by Juan Montilla-Luc. Well worked opportunity, spearheaded by the substitute Arturo Fabra Reina. It went through the players and eventually guided over the line brilliantly by Juan Montilla-Luc. First goal of the game. Phoenix Genevieve 0. Shalok Alicante 1. Yusuf Rifi looking to spearhead an immediate reply. Do well to beat the advancements and defensive work of Gro Garcia. Yusuf Rifi just getting an adjustment with his chair. Confirmation of that goal on your screen. Eight or so minutes left remaining of this second half. Shalok on course to secure 3 points from their opening game of the 2023 GBG Geneva Cup. No doubt Phoenix will want to rally late in this second half and force a way back into this game. Still very closely contested. Juan Montilla-Luc's goal scoring opportunity, one of the few we've had for either side throughout the 33 minutes we've had. So it's certainly not out of Phoenix's reach. It's all about picking your passes and momentum. We saw that counter-attack. Fabra Reina guiding it over to Gro Garcia into the box. And an open goal for Juan Montilla-Luc to open his account. Unfortunate there for Yusuf Rifi. Certainly the right idea to try and halt the momentum and speed of that ball by using the side of his chair. And the goal scorer comes over to take this kick in. Gro Garcia in support, puts it into the space in the centre. The referee blows her whistle for 2-on-1 in favour of Shalok. Yusuf Rifi just coming out of his box and wasn't 3 metres away from Emmanuel Ratz. Gro Garcia to take. Montilla-Luc between Rifi and Lopez on the Phoenix goal line. Arturo Fabra Reina fairly deep, now blocked off by Gwendol Del Plas. Gro Garcia. Once again, it's that positional play. There's many times throughout this game that Emmanuel Ratz has been drawn into the action and too focused on the ball as opposed to her teammates' positioning. So an indirect free kick, the result once again. This time they're switching up who's taking the set piece, with Juan Montiel-Luc ready to fire it towards Gro Garcia, who's positioned nicely in the centre of the box. Gets the connection, blocked by Yusuf Riffi. Pick off from Juan Montiel-Luc. Too powerful, with no one occupying that left wing. Lopez. Gro Garcia fired towards the right hand side of the box. Too much pace for Juan Montiel-Luc. Goal kick. Certainly a fantastic atmosphere on Court B, and the game contested between Modena and the ETFA youth team. Substitution for Phoenix. We'll see Gabriele Panico introduced for the first time this game. So Gabriele Panico on. Christoph Lopez, who's been impressive, comes off. Confirmation of that substitution on your screens now. Gabriele Panico, a regular for his national side, having represented them in last year's ETFA Cup 2022 and more recently the ETFA Four Nations in Munich. Once again, Emmanuel Ratz, the cause of a 2-on-1 infringement. Probably getting into double digits now. Gro Garcia taken quickly. Faber Reina sends it goal bound. Blocked by Yusuf Riffi. Final 3 minutes. No doubt that Shallock want to secure this 3 points and will want to, if and where possible, capitalise on defensive frailties of Phoenix, double their advantage. As has been mentioned time and time again, there's an importance of goal difference. We saw the European All-Stars secure an impressive 8-0 win earlier today against FC United. Wendell Del Plas couldn't quite control that or keep it in. Goes out for a Shalak ball. Juan Montiel-Luc blocked by Gwendal Del Plas. Juan Montiel-Luc, Del Plas. Two on one, this time in favour of Phoenix. And with a minute and a half or so remaining, arguably their best opportunity to score. Taken quickly, Emmanuel Ratz, great accurate ball initially from Yusuf Riffi, and any contact from the Phoenix number 14 would have probably sent it goal bound. So really unfortunate for the Switzerland-based side. Quickly taken, despite Yusuf Riffi having an adjustment. Still on the court. Victor Gilvidal into the side of Gro Garcia, who can't quite keep it in. And as we approach the final minute, just the overall assessment of this game. Very closely contested throughout. A little moment of magic of Shalok mounting that counter-attack, spearheaded by Arturo Fabra Reina. And it's all about picking passes, and it looks like later on they're going to try and double their lead, but cleared well by Yusuf Rifi. But Phoenix, without question, will take positives from this game, as will, of course, Shalok, who look on course to secure the 3 points. And depending on that game on Court B, will obviously determine the initial pool table. Late opportunity there. Yusuf Rifi sending it goal bound. Victor Gilverdale wanted to make sure, so reversed into that right hand post. But out for a goal kick. Right. Rifi, Gro Garcia. I've had about a minute over the regulation 20. Looks like a referee prepares to blow the whistle for full time, and she absolutely will. A great, closely contested fixture between representatives from Switzerland and Spain. A single Juan Montia Luke goal for Shalok Alicante sees them take 3 points, and you should have confirmation of that on your screen now. But thank you to all that have joined us across this stream and or the EPFA stream on Court B. Next up, on Court A, we see Scotland's FC United take on Belgium's Red Fox. Hope you can join us all for that one shortly. Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2023 GBG Geneva Cup here in the sunny city of Geneva, Switzerland, where we get ready for the third game of the day on Court A, specifically between Toulon of France and the European All-Stars, a team comprised of talented individuals playing their game across the continent. We apologise for the delay in kick-off, but we will get action underway shortly between these two. In the game prior to this, it was a closely knit encounter between Charlotte Alicante, who managed to eke out a 1-0 victory over Phoenix Genevieve. Prior to that, an 8-0 win for the European All-Stars over FC United of Scotland. They're looking to assert their dominance on the tournament and no doubt will be seeking a further 3 points within this game. Strive to bring you all the action, experiencing some technical difficulties. As soon as we resolve them, we will clear the graphics and get things underway. So I'll go through the team lineups of these two teams. For Toulon of France, they have number 2 Henry Newman, number 5 Gilles Lanassens, number 8 Wada Mansour, and number 17 Jeremy Nicholas. Their coaches Stephanie Ainadi and Elisa Nicholas. Mansour on the ball now, back to their designated keeper in Jeremy Nicholas, quickly pounced on by the Belgian Iago Caudron, and that kicks off the run through of the EPFA European All-Stars, as Bobby Allen has a chance at the back post, can't quite keep it in or attempt that effort, guide it goal bound. So to go through the All-Stars, they have number 7 Julien Zhu, who was extremely impressive in their earlier 8-0 win. Number 10, as just mentioned, Iago Caudron from Belgium. Number 19, Bobby Allen, scorer of 2 of them goals earlier today. Number 29, Elliot Dole, and number 14, John Dixon. Their coaches, Brian Dix and Stuart Allen. Just over was Gilles Lanassens on the far right-hand side. Tries to guide it back to his keeper, Jeremy Nicholas, but didn't put quite enough power for it to be unopposed. Iago Caudron quick to pressure. Early on, it looks like Gilles Lanassens is their designated set-piece taker. Certainly taking the kick-in, driving from one side to the other. Henry Newman yet to have any involvement in this game. Julien Zhu over to Bobby Allen, who picks it off to the left-hand wing. Iago Caudron attempts an effort at goal, cleared well by Jeremy Nicholas in the box of Toulon. Zhu now trying to weave his way round the defensive pair of Mansour and Nicholas. Has the option of Iago Caudron in that top left-hand corner, has to limit his advancement in that direction to allow his number 10 the space. John Dixon now with an attempt on goal, blocked by Jeremy Nicholas. Gilles Lanassens met by Bobby Allen. in the centre of the court. John Dixon received the pass from his compatriot, both hailing from England. John Dixon in the top left-hand corner. Wada Mansour restricting that ball from coming across the box. Bobby Allen in a lot of space on the top right-hand corner, as you can see. But the pressure mounts from the European All-Stars. It'll be Julien Zhu. Fires across the box, blocked almost on the goal line by the Toulon defence. Good passing from the European All-Stars once again, and it was a real asset to their game earlier today, where they scored some sensational goals, team goals involving all four players. Full credit to the coaching duo of Stuart Allen and Brian Dix, who have had these particular 5 players for only a few days. You've got to take into consideration when you've got a team comprised of different players from different nations. There's so many things to consider as Toulon start to get their passing game together. Everything from language barriers to different techniques, tactics, styles of play. They have to be moulded into one formidable attacking outfit, and so far they're proving to do just that. Toulon looking to upset the odds as Julien Zhu picks out Iago Caudron, guides it over to Bobby Allen with the front of his chair, who can't quite return the favour. Julien Zhu initially let the attempt go. Now they're getting their passing together, exactly what I was just referring to. The 3 attacking players as John Dixon assured clearance and pass over to Bobby Allen, who picks out Iago Caudron. Surely a goal scoring opportunity, and it's exactly that. A trademark goal for the European All-Stars. Something that makes them so effective is that accuracy in passing opens up the court for them so brilliantly. And Iago Caudron adds another goal to his name. Toulon nil, the European All-Stars 1 within the first 5 minutes. Yeah, they'll definitely take confidence from their performances and their style of play so far, and will no doubt have aspirations of lifting that crown tomorrow afternoon. For all of those unaware, our 8 teams are split into 2 pools, Pool A and Pool B. Each team will play every other within their respective pool, and at the end of that stage, the top 2 will progress automatically to the GBG Geneva Cup semi-final, where there will be cross-pool semis where position 1 of Pool A will play position 2 of Pool B and vice versa. The remaining teams will be entered into placing games, so they all have a chance to determine their final rankings past this set of pool games. Iago Caudron, Nelly Bogner, our central referee, about to blow for a 2-on-1, sensibly allows play to continue as the All-Stars really put their stuff together. Really unselfish from Julien Zhu, who tries to find Iago Caudron, but Mansour blocks the effort. John Dixon attempts an effort at goal. Eventually actually just come off the front of his chair, so slight respite for Toulon. Henry Lanison, Julien Zhu in reverse, just going to scoop that up and prevent it going. Back to Henry Newman on the top right-hand corner of this court. As mentioned, very isolated thus far. Mansour, pressured by Julien Zhu, slightly complacent there, allowing the All-Stars number 7 to quickly capitalise on that moment's hesitation. Brilliantly left by Iago Cordron. Lets it go to Bobby Allen on the right-hand wing. Back to John Dixon. Over to Iago Cordron on the left-hand side. Couldn't quite make a connection with the ball, but full credit to the number 10 hailing from Belgium. That dummy to allow it to go all the way out to Bobby Allen on the right-hand side. A moment of magic, and he's last within that passage of play, just brought off for the also impressive Elliot Dole. We'll get confirmation of that change on your screens now. Strength and depth may really set them aside from other oppositions in this tournament. Gilles Lannessens preventing Julien Zhu from progressing. Both hailing from France. Julien, one of 2 French players in this European All-Stars team. Elliot Dole, the other compatriot. Iago Cordron, of course, from Belgium. John Dixon and Bobby Allen, both from England. Bobby Allen at the back post. Couldn't quite make a connection. Rolls out of play. The warning signs are there for Toulon. After 10 minutes, have had little to no attacking opportunities. We'll want to address that if they're going to get anything from this fixture. Jeremy Nicholas, centrally intercepted by Julien Zhu. Over to Dole, too congested. Both drawn into the action there, Elliot Dole and Julien Zhu. 2-on-1 in favour of Toulon. And momentarily they have relief on their defence. Just struggling to break the lines. 2 attacking players very isolated in open play. See how quick Julien Zhu is to press. Once again, 2 All-Stars players drawn into the same ball. A trademark of their game, applying that attacking pressure to ensure soon as the ball is live, the Toulon defensive duo, typically of Mansour and Nicholas, don't have a moment to relax. Julien Zhu now is going to try and flick it back to Elliot Dole on the edge of the box. Bobby Allen in space at the back post, fires it over to Julien Zhu. Unselfish, inspired goal. It just clicking and seemed to be on the same wavelength. Could have been very easy for Bobby Allen to see that over the goal line himself, but opted to assist Julien Zhu. Toulon nil, European All-Stars 2. And they continue to light up this tournament here in Geneva. So Wara Mansour to take the resulting kickoff. Gilles Lannessens back into his central player. Met, of course, once again by Julien Zhu. Should they generate any success, they surely have to evade the pressure of the All-Stars number 7. Who just seems to be central to everything they're doing at the moment. Elliot Dole out wide to Bobby Allen. Lets her run across his chair, 180 spin kick. Puts pressure on the Toulon defence. Out for a kick in. Certainly across the games I've seen, it's just that accuracy of passing, the precision which sets them apart. John Dixon, unlucky there. Bobby Allen driving onto the ball, couldn't quite make connection. But the accuracy they generate, the power they generate on their attacking passes, there's very few wasted opportunities. Look at that pass, splitting the lines from John Dixon, who sends it over to Elliot Darwin. For the first time in a while, Elliot Dole unable to capitalise and fire it across the court, but brilliant from John Dixon. Took 2-3 Toulon players out of the action momentarily there, and brilliant control from Bobby Allen. Eventually tries to send it goal bound. It's going to be an easy clearance for Wada Mansour, but not before he can even get out his box. Elliot Dole there to apply the pressure, regain possession. John Dixon now over to Julien Zoll, eventually cleared by Wada Mansour. And in the 14 or so minutes we've had, this is probably the most impressive football I've seen so far today, irrelevant of the scoreline. Bobby Allen to Zhu. Interesting decision there from the referee to award a 2-on-1. She was certainly signalling that it was in favour of the All-Stars, and I didn't see two Toulon players within 3 metres of one another, but nonetheless, pressure resumes as Bobby Allen couldn't quite get the connection, but the intent was there nonetheless, and it's really positive signs from this young attacking outfit comprised of various players from various nations. Jeremy Nicholas having a tough time in that Toulon goal. That being said, he's showing a good partnership with Wada Mansour to limit the damage. It could easily be more than 2-0. Julien Zoll. Bobby Allen down on the right-hand wing. Back to Dixon. Couldn't quite get his direction on that pass. Two on one. I think Jeremy Nicholas just coming out of his designated goal area, leaving Gilles Lannissons in an unfortunate position. 2-on-1, indirect free kick. Julien Zoe well positioned here. Bobby Allen can find the side of his chair. Surely a third goal. Well trapped by Jeremy Nicholas. Just watching that defensive duo of Toulon. They don't communicate too much verbally, but they have that understanding, almost telepathically, of where each other needs to be. And I have to give them credit for the way they are defending, considering how attacking and how accurate the European All-Stars have been so far in this half. John Dixon now occupying that central position. Wada Mansour trying to prevent him from going down that right-hand wing. There's little John Dixon will be able to do as it currently lies. Does well to find Julien Zoul. Bobby Allen at the back post. Surely 3-0. It's exactly what it is. Once again, clinical passing in the final third. The difference between the sides. And Bobby Allen does brilliantly to register the European All-Stars' third goal of the game, 11th of the competition. Julien Zoll, Elliot Dahl, Henry Newman, once again, very isolated, out of the action. Little he can do to support the defence too much without being more of a defensive obstacle. Obviously they need to limit their 2-on-1 infringements, and having 4 defensive players in one half will only result in that being awarded over and over again. So has no choice but to occupy an advanced position, probably the most advanced up the court they've been for a long time, but Julien Zoll quick to reverse that and put pressure on Jérémy Nicolas in the Toulon goal. Going to try and let that roll out of play, but Julien Zoll does well to keep it in. John Dixon now on the edge of the box. Great pass from Julien Zoll. Elliot Dahl not quite alert straight away to capitalise on that chance, which gave the Toulon duo a chance to adjust slightly. They've shifted the post out of place. The referee, Nelia Bogner, has to be very much aware of the position. She replaces it. The play continues into the path of Julien Zoll. He's going to have an attempt at goal. Couldn't quite get connection. A rare miss-hit from the All-Stars number 7 as we approach the final 30 seconds of this half. 2-on-1 in favour of the All-Stars. Scratch that. In favour of Toulon. It's reading into the referee's signalling. Be taken by Jérémy Nicolas. Wadat Mansour takes possession, or actually just rolls straight past to Gilles Lannessens. Bobby Allen back to Julien Zoll. Pick off back to Allen on the right hand wing. Trying to guide it over to Elliot Dahl. John Dixon now taking the position of Zoll in the centre. 2-on-1 awarded in favour of Toulon. And we are 30 seconds over the regulation time, despite one of the benches signalling for a substitution. Wadat Mansour down to Henry Newman. Half time. Toulon 0, European All-Stars 3. A fantastic attacking display from the European All-Stars. Really exciting to watch. 5 young individuals being able to gel so seamlessly. It speaks volumes as to the level of competition and playing players within the continent. When referencing Elliot Dahl and Julien Zoll specifically, hailing from France, and the fact that they're not currently in or considered part of the French national team, and you see how good they are. I must speak to the strength and depth, and I can say equally the same thing about Bobby Allen and John Dixon. Both within the talent pathway within England, will have aspirations of representing their country one day. Iago Caudron very much central to Belgium and their national side, but really, really positive stuff. So just to recap, in the opening match of the GBG Geneva Cup, the European All-Stars went head-to-head with FC United from Scotland, putting on a notable performance. Final score 8-0 in that one. That one just a real advert for the sport. They had cohesive teamwork and consistent attacking approach, something you're very much seeing within their second game of the day here in front of us, and the result essentially indicated their intent for this tournament. In game 2, Charlotte Alicante eked out a 1-0 win over Switzerland-based Phoenix Genevieve. Throughout the match, both teams were cautious, possibly feeling the weight of the competition, and there was limited attacking display from either side. The defences were well organised, and the opportunities in the final third were hard to come by. So it was just the single goal. It was a moment of brilliance, to be honest. It was spearheaded by all three attacking players in Manuel Gro Garcia, Fabra Reina, and Juan Montilla Luke, who guided the ball over the line following a counter-attack. So the Spanish-based side, who currently within Pool B of this competition, secured their 3 points. They're up again shortly. But just talking about this tournament overall, the significance and the importance of competitions like this cannot be understated, both from an individual point of view and a club development point of view. It enhances so many different elements within the sport. Experience number one, and for individual players participating in elite competitions such as this, it gives them to understand how the game is being played across the continent, different styles, strategies, and it will only help in broadening their tactical understanding of the game. We're fast approaching the 2023 Fit for Power Chair Football World Cup, which will be that turned to the max. But this is a good representation. Whilst the quality and the level is lower, provides a kind of an insight into how different countries play the game. For the teams, these tournaments are a fantastic opportunity to get that chemistry and bond and take them away from their familiar surroundings. They'll learn to work together under the pressure and understand each other's strengths and weaknesses. We emphasise time and time again how important competitive-based competitions and games are for aiding development, and whilst training and such can be a brilliant indicator for one's quality, it's only when you're put in the pressure cooker of a competitive game where you can see if players can sink or swim. So yeah, that's one of the things. And from another point of view, teams from different regions bring a diverse footballing cultures. So from kind of a commentator's point of view, viewing them cultures, tactics and philosophies is really fascinating to see. So in summary, this cup and similar tournaments such as this play such a pivotal role in shaping the future of the sport. So we hope you're enjoying it at home. We once again apologise for any technical difficulties. Not that it is an excuse, but similar to our tournament last year held in this exact venue around this time in 2022. It's around 36, 37 degrees outside and not far off that inside the sports hall. So that obviously has huge implications and poses a number of challenges with regards to computer equipment and commentary equipment, among others. But we hope you're enjoying the football nonetheless. Live on Court B, streamed across the European Power Chair Football Association's YouTube currently. FC United are playing Belgium's Red Fox. So for anyone interested in that game in Pool A, please tune into that one. But thank you to all that are joining me across the Goals Beyond Grass YouTube in this game between Toulon and the European All-Stars. We've got the graphics up. Can potentially just go to the squads just so you have confirmation. If you're tuning in for the first time, you can kind of understand who's who and what players represent what numbers. So number 17, Jeremy Nicholas, predominantly the goalkeeper within that first half, very busy. Formed a good defensive partnership with Wadhab Mansour, number 8, Gilles Lannissons and Henry Newman, number 5 and number 2 respectively. Very isolated, very few touches. No doubt they'll want to try and bring them into the game. Stephanie Ainadi and Elisa Nicholas will have to try and unlock this problem, predominantly posed by Julien Zhu. And if I just bring up the European All-Stars team, you can see kind of in front of you the talent that they've got. Number 10, Iago Cordron, as has been referenced a number of times, competed in the EPFA Cup 2022 in this venue last year, which saw Belgium finish first, take home the crown, and he was without question one of the standout players of that whole tournament. So one to definitely watch across this competition this weekend. 19, Bobby Allen, one of the superstars rising through the English ranks, has many goals and assists to his name, so be sure to continue watching him. Elliot Dahl and Julien Zhu, number 29 and number 7 respectively. That French partnership and understanding is already lighting up this tournament. And number 40, John Dixon, obviously occupying in that predominant defensive goalkeeper role. Probably doesn't have as much involvement as he wants, but as they progress through this tournament and they'll play more qualified, more capable teams, he will be more tested. And I would not be surprised to see the European All-Stars alter their tactical approach and see other players occupy different positions. So really exciting team, one that without question will have every intent of securing the 2023 GBG Geneva Cup. So the teams get ready for the second half. And our referee, Nelly Bogner from Germany, soon to get us underway. And she does just that. Julien Zhu in charge of taking that kick-off. Toulon 0, European All-Stars 3. Wadham Mansour. To go through the exact team lineups of the teams. Just the 4 competing players for Toulon, so unchanged. In Jeremy Nicholas in goal, Wadham Mansour, Gilles Lansens, and Henry Newman. Iago Cordron now attempts an effort at goal, just guided out of play. He's one of 5 players for the European All-Stars, who are also comprised of Julien Zhu, Bobby Allen, Elliot Dahl and John Dixon. Zhu to John Dixon. Nice connection. Seemed to bypass every player on the court. Straight out for a goal kick. A goal kick which will be taken by Jeremy Nicholas. Wadham Mansour, good pass, sets away Henry Newman for the first time this game. Couldn't quite make a connection to guide it goal bound. I don't think he got any connection on that ball at all. So straight out for another goal kick, this time the opposite side. Julien Zhu taken quickly. Sets away Elliot Dahl. Too much pace, not enough angle. Sees Jeremy Nicholas clear it well. Elliot Dahl sets Iago Cordron away on that right-hand wing, not once but twice. Who now has possession, has to try and figure out a way past Wadham Mansour. John Dixon waiting on the edge. Over to Julien Zhu, a vital interception from Jeremy Nicholas. Julien Zhu, just before he could get a connection with that ball, they were awarded 2-on-1. Fortunate for Julien Zhu, who was away, and had the advantage been played, could have fired a ball across the box. I think he mishit it, so very fortunate there. John Dixon now coming over to take Elliot Dole, probably the most obvious option, but he opts to choose the central passing lane, cleared by the defence of Toulon. Julien Zhu, back to John Dixon, lets it run across his chair, fires it goal bound and took a ricochet between the two defensive players of Mansour and Nicholas. Fortunately for them, out of danger momentarily. Julien Zhu into the box. Elliot Dole trying to capitalise whilst they were out of position. Goal kick for Toulon. Jeremy Nicholas. Julien Zhu once again quick to pounce. Not a moment's respite for Toulon. All the while that number 7 is occupying that central area. That what they're adopting now, really nice fluid 4-out system. You're seeing Julien Zhu and John Dixon continue to pivot back and forth. One of them the more attacking, and when they do that, the alternate player just drops back. Look how advanced they are, and should Toulon be able to break the lines, there's a potential to capitalise on that counter-attack. They haven't managed to do this or do that thus far, probably aiding or contributing to that confidence from the European All-Stars in playing 4 players so high up. They've got that 3-goal buffer to play with, so no doubt they'll want to experiment whilst they've got a healthy goal advantage. Iago Cordron set away by Elliot Dole. Mansour. Just patiently working up the court. Julien Zhu comes away with that kick in. Iago Cordron just between the two defensive chairs of Lannissons and Nicholas. No doubt he'll go back to John Dixon, which he does. Returns the favour into the box. 2-1. Awarded in favour of the European All-Stars. It remains Toulon 0, European All-Stars 3. Goals from Iago Cordron, Julien Zhu and Bobby Allen, the difference. John Dixon yet to register his first goal of the competition. No doubt will want to achieve that. 2-1 surely in favour of Toulon. Elliot Dole trapped in that top left-hand corner. The Toulon defensive pair, whether or not it was intentional, didn't allow him to vacate that space. So our referee Nelly Bogner had absolutely no choice but to award that infringement in the French team's favour. Jeremy Nicholas. Looks like the European All-Stars ready in a change. Bobby Allen waiting in the wings to come back on. Dixon. Back to Zhu. Cordron. Zhu to Dole. Well left by John Dixon. Over to Cordron on the right-hand side. Blocked by Jeremy Nicholas. Pick off from Cordron. Not before Nelly Bogdan awarded a 2-1 in favour of the French side. Respite. Julien Zhu comes off. Gets a standing ovation from some in the crowd and around the court. And rightfully so. Sensational young player. Be interesting now to see how they set up. Julien Zhu obviously very much been a central player and almost an own goal there from Hatem Mansour, but they adjusted accordingly, and Jeremy Nicholas brilliantly restricting the All-Stars' 4th goal Dixon. Fired towards goal. Hatab Mansour clears. 2-on-1 awarded in favour of Toulon. Yeah, I think we're going to see that English duo of Allen and Dixon occupying them central positions, playing that pivot system. Fluid as to who plays the most advanced role, as long as they've got that communication and understanding between them. Elliot Dole to Bobby Allen. Iago Corderon on the right, just tries to dribble it over the line, blocked by Jeremy Nicholas. Hatab Mansour. Allen over to Elliot Dole, couldn't quite get in the right position to receive that pass. Henry Newman with rare involvement. "29 minutes played. Allen down to Dixon, out of play. Lanisims, Mansour. Bobby Allen, quick to pounce, tries to flick it towards Iago Corderon, prevented by Mansour. Elliot Dole back to Dixon. Dole across the box, open goal for Iago Corderon to score his second of the game, the fourth of this fixture. And I struggle to think of any teams competing here this weekend that are putting together such fluid attacking play. I'm yet to watch the Red Fox from Belgium, the ETFA youth team, or Medina. I look forward to commentating them across the weekend, but from the games that I've seen, the European All-Stars just look that cut above in how clinical they are at converting chances. Our official just adjusting the headpiece of Iago Corderon before we are back underway. Bobby Allen bypasses Hatab Mansour. Goal kick. Jeremy Nicholas to take. Straight down to the opposite side of the court, out of play. Frustrating for Henry Newman. John Dixon into Bobby Allen, guides it towards Elliot Dole brilliantly, who tries to return the favour. An assured clearance for Hatab Mansour. Allen into Cordron. He's going to attempt an effort at goal, millimetres away from connecting with that. Apologies for any technical difficulties. It's actually 4-0 as opposed to the 3-0 you are viewing on your streams. We just get confirmation of that earlier goal. It should correct. "34 minutes played." Cordron. Good opportunity here for the European All-Stars. Indirect free kick taken by Iago Cordron. John Dixon, all attacking players in the final third. It's amazing to see. Can they capitalise it? John Dixon lets it run across his chair. Not sure if his intention was to send it into the path of Elliot Dole or force an effort himself. Either way, it goes out for a Toulon goal kick. Cordron. Trying to sneak his way round the back. Just for confirmation of the score and the time. It is 4-0 to the European All-Stars, and we have played 36 minutes. John Dixon keeps it in brilliantly into the path of Bobby Allen. Over Thiago Cordron on the right. Landersons. Back to Mansour. A little touch from Iago Cordron. Takes the momentum out the potential Toulon counter-attack. Two on one in favour of Toulon. Jeremy Nicholas, a late rally from the French side. Wadham Mansour to his left. Over to Newman on the left-hand wing. Straight out of play. Iago. Elliot Dole. Apologies for any technical difficulties. 4-0. Wadham Mansour Couldn't prevent it going to Iago Cordron now, who has a chance to score the All-Stars' 5th goal. Weaves to the right. Little bit too much out of play for a goal kick. The bench of the European All-Stars have signalled for a substitution, so we'll see that shortly. Julien Zoe, no doubt, will re-enter the fray. Interesting to see who comes off. Probably Iago Cordron, who has been fantastic. All of these players have been fantastic, and also full credit to this Toulon defence. They've been so busy, limited to the space in their box for 95% of this game. But it's Elliot Dahl who comes off, not Iago Cordron. Back comes on the ever impressive Julien Zoe to see out the final minute or so. Confirmation of that change on your screens now. Apologies that there is no scoreboard and or timer. Bobby Allen ricochets the ball off the left-hand post. It's still live. Trying to find a way past Mansour. Julien Zoe quickly back into the action, doesn't waste a second as he forces the ball back into that final third. Been a thorn in the side of Toulon all game. John Dixon. Two-on-one. In favour of Toulon. I think Bobby Allen did Mansour. Bobby Allen. Try to squeeze it between the two defensive players. Julien Zoe. Just a slight nick off the back of Iago Cordron's chair. And I really hope he's the one that comes away with that goal, because it was fantastic. Just used the back of his chair to guide it over the goal line. And if that does get registered as his goal, he has secured his hat-trick. We've had the regulation 20 of this second half. So now into any additional time that our referee, Nele Bogner from Germany, has accrued. There's been a number of stoppages, or certainly 2-on-1s that have fragmented the momentum of this half. But I don't think that will add up to too much, as the All-Stars are cruising their way to another seamless victory. She blows her whistle for full time. Toulon 0, European All-Stars 5. Iago Cordron opened the scoring before Julien Zoe brilliantly converted. Bobby Allen was the scorer of the third one before it was the Iago Cordron show. 4-0 and 5-0, both from him, securing his first hat-trick of the competition. So huge congratulations to them as they secure yet another 3 points in their journey to register enough points to finish in the top 2 to progress to tomorrow's semi-final. Next up for the European All-Stars, they have an incredibly challenging game, probably their most challenging so of the competition thus far, against Red Fox from Belgium. Next up for Toulon, a really intriguing game actually. Probably you're going to see it be very competitive between FC United and Toulon. They're both scheduled. They were scheduled to kick off from 4 o'clock Central European Summer Time, but due to the delays and technical difficulties, we're running about an hour late. So if you're watching or tuning in from Scotland, certainly it'll be more around 6 o'clock. From France, more around 5 o'clock. But thank you all that have joined us. We hope you can join us for the next game on Court A, which I believe to be Phoenix Genevieve against EPFA youth team. Thank you all.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the action here on Court A. We are running very much behind schedule here, about 3:30 local time. Game should have kicked off at 2:30, but as things happen in our sport. Here we have our Phoenix from Switzerland taking on the EPFA youth team. The referee, Ocean Grillier, assisted by Morag Piri and Simone Scalisi. Just run you through the two lineups, the squad lists. So for the Phoenix, number 10, Gwendol De Place, 14, Emmanuel Ratz, 7, Yusuf Rifi, 8, Gabriele Panico, and 9, Christophe Lopez. They're coached by Kenny Dos Santos and Maria Muller. And the EPFA youth team, number 10, Sam Gowing, 11, Fion Olonghai, 15, Aaron Toralbo Sanchez, 2, Tristan Faravola, 7, Ruben Walls, and 8, Carl Baker, and they are coached by Ethan McNichol and Brad Bates. We've seen, so it'll be Gabriel Panico that starts on the bench for Phoenix. Sam Gowing and Fion Olonghai on the bench for the All-Stars. Two teams that have impressed so far with some of their football. I think except for youth team, obviously comprised of many young talented players from across Europe, finding their feet in European competitions. As Ruben Walls, you see the power straight away that he gets, and he generates with those spins. It's too quick for Tristan Faravola, and it's a Phoenix kick in. Number 7, Yusuf Rifi has really stood out for this Phoenix side in that strike force. Over to Gwendol Del Place, he's done well just to figure through Ruben Walls. There's Carl Baker now. Here comes to Tristan Faravola. Battling with Yusuf Rifi. Faravola flicks it inside. And free kick given by our referee. Just a little bit of heavy contact. We will change the ball as we have a classification ball rather than a regulated match ball. Rifi with this free kick. It is direct should he want to shoot, but he has got Del Place. And that's up. Generates great power as he gets to Del Place's touch. Falls for Carl Baker, who will try and drive away. He's got Faravola for support, and it's Faravola he finds. Faravola, Ruben was there. It's a bit of a pass. I'm sure he meant to find Carl Baker. It was just a little bit too in between the winger and the centre there, and now Phoenix have a kick in off Sanchez and out for the first corner of the game. Which Rifi would say he's got Manuel that's on the edge of the box, closest to him. Gwendol Del Place at the back post. Palic goes in behind. Well blocked by Walls. Ball is still in play. Walls battling with Rifi. There's a bit of confusion there as to whether the ball had gone out, but it stayed in, and now Rifi tries to turn around Walls and drive him back towards his own line. Successfully done. Just wedge now. The ball must roll. If he's managed to get round the outside. He's got Rats on the edge of the box. If he can find her. Vital touch by the goalkeeper Sanchez. That ball goes out. for a Phoenix kicking. A bright start for the Swiss side. Obviously, we saw 4 of the 5 members for Switzerland, for the Phoenix side, sorry, taking part in that for 4 Nations in Munich. They gained some valuable experience playing against some other developing nations across the continent. Yusuf Riffi is the one that wasn't there, and he's showed already in his first game, and even in this brief 5 minutes we've had here, what a welcome addition he is to this Phoenix side. Ruben Walls battling with Riffi. That could be a battle we watch and keep an eye on as this game goes on. The 2 centre players, Riffi into Gwenda de Plas. Tried to catch those for youth players, just a little bit unawares, but unfortunately for him, it just went to the right hand side of the post and out for a goal kick, which Sanchez will take. Got Ruben Walls in the middle. Tristan Farivola already advancing up the right hand side. Maybe just a little flick from Ruben. God, couldn't quite manage. But forced it. Emmanuel Radson. Referee given a free kick. For a 2-on-1 between Riffi and Rats. Now can Walls use that power he generates to try and find a pass all the way to Farivola. Carl Baker in the middle. Scored the equalising goal in their opening game, an entertaining 2-2 draw against Modena from Italy, a side that many had tipped to make the final. So a good opening result for this youth team, as well as there's a little bit of competition, but it is a friendly tournament by nature. We just want to see these players enjoying their football. And it certainly seems like, except for youth team with that, I think the referee given a free kick, another 2-on-1. Given in favour of the Epford youth team. Carl Baker just behind Riffi on that Phoenix goal line. Farivola at the right post. We know Walls has got the power to get the ball there. Does he have the accuracy? Rath just moves in to block that line of sight to Farivola. Into Carl Baker, who shot. Cheeky effort at the near post. Well saved by Riffi. A corner for the Epford youth team. Balls to take. Farivola into the box. First time really. It's Farivola in. Finds a gap. Great goal for the Epford youth team. Splits the ball. Splits a gap, sorry, between Riffi and Lopez. Great ball in for Ruben Walls. And he celebrates the fans over on that right hand side. Farivola with a brilliant finish. Dissecting that defence. And they grab an early lead here in this game. How can Phoenix respond? Or can the Epford youth team get a second quick goal? Ruben Walls driving towards the moment. Riffi's done well to recover. But play advantage for a 2-on-1. No advantage. Referee calls it back. Epford youth team not resting on their laurels. Keen to keep the momentum up. Take advantage of maybe the Phoenix heads dropping. Try and get a second goal. It's a set piece. Ruben Walls straight down the middle. Riffi will clear. A miss from Ruben Walls, and while he may have lost some territory. He has still regained possession. It will be a youth team kick in. Halfway inside their own half. Moore's just telling Carl Baker where to go and wants him down the line. Farivola, the goal scorer, to take. Walls. Play down the line, thinking Carl Baker would chase. But it's Riffy who brings the ball away for Phoenix. Driving against Carl Baker, who's done well to recover. A little bit of contact with the back of the chair, and that is a guaranteed free kick in Power Jet football. Carl Baker. It's a great atmosphere over on Court B as the Italian fans generate that. It's great clearance from Ruben Walls. Deflects off Rats into the path of Riffy. Carl Baker. Again battling with Riffy. Trying to get away. This time it's Riffy who wins the duel. Ruben Walls doesn't want to push that. Rats just glides past Carl Baker there. Still battle away. Again now. Rats got to know that Riffy is there. Drives away. Referee plays a good advantage. Carl Baker's got no one up in support. What can he do with it? He gets it behind. Bit of indecision between the two players there as it comes to Ruben Walls. Both players there kind of left it for each other, and Riffy's been able to recover and kind of try and snuffle the danger. Ruben Walls has got behind Riffy now. Farivola in the middle. Great pass. Cut back to Carl Baker. Kind of more of a shot down the middle there. Referee blows a whistle. 2-on-1. Great little play there from Ruben Walls. Getting behind Riffy. Cutting the ball back to Farivola. His shot was a comfortable save for Riffy. Good little front bumper back from Del Plus to Riffy, but not enough pace for Riffy to come away with it. It comes down to Gwendolyn Del Plus on this near side. But it'll roll out of play. For a Phoenix kick in. Which Yusuf Riffy will take. Down to Gwendolyn Pass. A little bit too far inside. And Sanchez clears. Up to Farivola. Good little clearance from the youth team goalkeeper there. Trying to play out from the back. The modern way of playing. Farivola now locked in battle. In that far right hand side. With Riffy. Free kick. Riffy spinning in. Catching Farivola. It will be a free kick to the Epford youth team. 11.5 minutes gone. Epford youth team 1. Phoenix 0. Despite what you're seeing on that scoreboard. Riffy is 180 pass, well blocked from Carl Baker. Good hit into space by Ruben Walls. Riffy picks up. Great little cut inside. Carl Baker back into Walls. In behind. Can Carl Baker get the end of this? He's clearing through on goal. Very good clearance from Christoph Lopez. Again, playing out from the back. It will go out of play for an Epford youth team kick in as managers McNichol and Bates, the Epford youth team, will make a sub in a minute. YouTube Riffy winds one up, finds Gwendolyn Plus. Great pass over, now Ruben Walls driving up the court. Again, Riffy's there. Been absolutely everywhere for Phoenix so far. The last touch coming off Riffy, and it will be a youth team kick in, but they will make the substitution first. Off goes Carl Baker. On comes number 11, Fionn, a long high. Balls down to Faravola. That kicking doesn't quite stay in. And you'll see now confirmation on your screen of that change there for the Up for Youth team. We do apologise. The scoreboard reading incorrectly. It is the Up for Youth team who are 1-0 up over Phoenix. Great finish by Faravola from a corner. Straight into the action for Fiona Long High, battling with finishes centre man, use of Riffy. Beyond not letting Riffy get past. He's got Faravola in the middle. Faravola slightly too close though. And it will be a 2-on-1 in favour of the Phoenix. Riffy directing Rats. See what he can come up with here. To Rats. Nice little touch in the direction of Gwenda Del Plas, but Fionn Longhigh does well to intercept. Here's a free kick for the Phoenix. 2-on-1 given by referee Grillier. Indirect, so it must be touched by another chair before it can cross the line. If it goes over the line without being touched by another chair, after Riffy has taken it, it will be a goal kick. Gwenda Del Plas just sandwiched by Sanchez and Walls. Now, Gwenda Del Plas comes over to get some more instructions. Referee telling him to hurry up. Referee going to fire this straight at Del Plas. And the referee's going to tell him to take this very quickly. Fired at Rats. Saved by Sanchez. Out for a kick into Phoenix. Here we go again. Another set piece for Phoenix. Referee just speaking to Sanchez just to drop back a little bit. Not 5 metres away from the ball. It'll be behind the post. Riffy to take. See what they can come up with here, Phoenix. Gwenda Del Plas is unmarked at the back post. Riffy fires straight at Sanchez, and it'll be another kick in. Another chance to get the ball in. You now see the scoreboard is now taking the correct scoreline. Riffy blocked by Tristan Faravola. Comes to Fionn. Well blocked by Gwenda Del Plas, but Fionn comes away. Counter-attack opportunity here now. Faravola. Blocked by Riffy, but that will be a free kick. Faravola follow through there into the side of Riffy. Another contact foul given against Faravola. One more and he may get a final warning for Yellow card is potentially shown. Just over 2 minutes left in this first half. Still the Epsom Youth team lead 1-0. Iffy bringing Rats close. But when Donalplass on this near side. Straight to Fionn. Along high. Parabola. 2 players. Too keen to get the ball there. Parabola should have left it to a long high. Young players very keen to have the ball, wanting to just spend as much time with the ball as they can, emulate the footballers they watch on TV. Good atmosphere here on court A. There's this Farabola, flicks up court and goes through. 2v1 here. Can he get round it? He wins a corner. I thought he'd won a corner. It's got given as a goal kick to Phoenix. The ball had obviously gone out of play before it touched off Christoph Lopez. Christoph Lopez with this goal kick to Yusuf Riffy. Well read by Ruben Walls. Immediately pushing the pressure back up. It's got Fionn on the left hand side. Unaware. Up to Riffy. Is Riffy got a 180 this? No. Ruben Walls has. Needs to tell Farabola to get out of the way. Riffy now driving Walls back towards his own goal. Up comes Sanchez, who will block Riffy. And now Ruben Walls drives away. End-to-end football here in Geneva. Gwendolyn lets it go. And Kettle, unfortunate. I thought Fionn a long high there was going to keep that in. Rolled out for Phoenix. Kicking. Up to Ruben Walls. Great pass over to Tristan Farabola, who spun far too early there. Trying to play the right way though. One high. Into Ruben Walls. Great pass back to long high. Trying to spread the ball. Bit of communication needed there between Farabola and Ruben Walls. Battling away. Just in front of me here. Riffy. Now, can he find a path into the middle? There's a half time. Here, I believe. Was that the half time whistle from the referee? Yes, it was. It was the half time whistle by referee Grelier. It is Phoenix 0, the Epsom Youth team 1. And I will hand over to Ryan Sipple for some half time analysis.
Hello everyone, I hope you enjoyed that first half between Phoenix Genevieve and the Epsom Youth team. I just, for the first time watching a game, but not necessarily commentating, it gave me a chance to really take some notes and assess the performances and the individuals that make up these two teams. Had the pleasure of commentated on Phoenix Genevieve earlier against Charlotte Alicante, and it was only a close 1-0 defeat in that one. Promising signs throughout, but in this one the Epsom Youth team started really well and were picking their passes and finding the space in between the Phoenix defence, and there was a set piece just after about 6 minutes which proved the undoing of the Swiss side when Ruben Walls found Tristan Faravola on the edge of the box, who converted spectacularly. Just thread the eye of the needle, picking it through the chairs of Yusuf Arifi and Christophe Lopez. So one thing I do want to say, whilst I just give this little bit of a recap and analysis, is how impressed I've been with Ruben Walls. Particularly, it's probably not necessarily picked up on stream, so you won't hear the communication between the players on the court, but if you can at all in the second half, try and watch Ruben Walls, the young number 7 for the Etfa youth team, communicate absolutely brilliantly, a real leader in that side, and it's fantastic to see. And if this Etfa youth team is a representation of the talent across the continent, the future is incredibly bright. Because technique and tactics, they can be taught, they can be trained. It's the elements of teamwork, communication, leadership that they're exhibiting throughout this competition that impress me most. And it's them skills which will see them absolutely succeed in their respective careers. But despite the early pressure for Phoenix Genevieve, I have to commend the performance of Yusuf Rifi, particularly. He's a real asset to that Geneva-based side. And all things in attack and defence seem to come through that number 7. Throughout the half, Gwendal Del Plas was isolated high on the right-hand side. I'd personally probably like to see Emmanuel Ratz drop deeper and let Rifi be more central in them more proactive in them attacking phases of play. And whilst that may leave them more vulnerable at the back, it would without question give them more momentum in attack. So yeah, they may just need to adjust to be more of a threat. Very similar to the Switzerland national team, and all of which Yusuf Rifi is the only representation in this Phoenix side that doesn't represent Switzerland. So if they adopt more of a setup similar to their national team with the addition of Yusuf Rifi, I think they can really do something. And they, without question, as you've all seen, grew into that game, and in the final minutes did well to pen the Etfa youth team into their own half. So just concluding, I will say that if it's still very much up for grabs, and considering the close scoreline of 1-0, I suspect the next goal will very much dictate the overall outcome, whether the Etfa youth team have that kind of stamina to keep the pressure up and keep the Swiss team at bay for another 20 minutes. We will soon see, but I will add to that, it is incredibly hot in the venue. It has a massive strain on both the players, the chairs, equipment, so that will unquestionably play a factor into the results you see across the weekend. But anyway, I'll pass you back to Greg for the second half. Thank you all that have joined us.
Sure, some great half-time analysis there from Ryan Sipple. I wish I had been privy to what was said. Operating with a one headphone setup at the minute here in Geneva, as we have 2 courts. Tomorrow, as we progress down to the placing games, we come down to 1 court. We'll have dual commentators. I'd say my own thoughts on that first half. I thought the youth team, especially Ruben Walls, very impressive, trying to play attacking football, dissecting the lines. Very hard for them to get past number 7 for Phoenix, Yusuf Rifi, and the key man for the Swiss side at both ends of the court. Instructions being given by the respective managers to both sides. As now we count down to the start of the second half, which, aptly timing, will begin very shortly. Yep, for youth team out and ready. And now the Swiss team. Come out ready to see if they can find an equaliser in this game. Change in personnel and a change in slight shape for the Epford youth team. And Sanchez has gone out wide. Beyond a long high has gone in goal. And Carl Baker's come back on. It's time for the goal scorer, number 2, Tristan Fadavola. It'll be Phoenix and Yusuf Riffi to get us on the way in this second half. Does so, the ball rolls out for a goal kick. You see that confirmation of the change, as I said, at half time. Carl Baker coming on for Tristan Fadavola. Beyond into Ruben Water, lets it run past him. Yusuf Riffi just pushes that up the court, deep into youth team territory. Carl Baker to take. Moores again lets that ball roll. It's going to come to Raffi, but Geneva Plus just part. Then it's a 2-on-1 given against Phoenix. Walls will take. Telling Denalbo Sanchez up the court. It's going to go down the line. Clear some territory. That ball going to curl. Had to be blocked by Christoph Lopez, who's not had much to do on that Phoenix goal line apart from get the ball out from between the posts when he conceded. Again, as I mentioned, a little bit frantic. See youth players very keen to just have the ball at the front of their bumper, be at the centre of everything. Gotta learn this is a team game. If you're going to get success, you need to rely on all 4 members of your team. Ruben Wars fires straight back to Riffi. He will drive this forward into youth team half, met by Walls. As I mentioned, this has been the battle to keep an eye on. Great communication, as I'm sure was mentioned at half time by Ryan Sipple. Ruben Walls commanding for such a young age, commanding players out the way, and clears the ball for Sanchez to follow. Forward, that pass from Riffi will just roll out to play for a goal kick. A long high with a goal kick into Walls. Riffi with a big 180 to Del Plas, just deflects off the back of his bumper and out of play for a youth team kick in. Walls in the middle. Baker down the line. Sanchez to take. The Walls. By a double pass, but Walls is past there. Straight at Refi. Driving forward, chooses to go it alone. Met by Walls. It'll be a Phoenix kick in. Free to take. Down to Del Plus. Just misses. It'll be a goal kick to the youth team. Along high into Walls. Riffy 180. In the air, watch. Out. Gwendol. Be a set ball for a rather high ball. And it's a 2. Talisman for either side. Riffy and Walls. The 2 number 7s meet in the middle. And Walls just sort of driving it towards the sideline, trying to win a kick in. Riffy not letting him. It's still in play. Sanchez to take. Walls in the middle. 5 into Baker. Oh, little touch from Riffy there. Puts it out for a youth team kick in deep in Phoenix territory. Walls fires it in the gap. He's managed to find a gap between the post and Christoph Lopez. It's a magnificent goal by Ruben Walls. And they double their advantage. There's a bit of a perplexion. Goal has been given. Look at, there's an issue with Christoph Lopez's chair. That is a goal for number 7, Ruben Walls. His players certainly deserve the goal so far. Now with that 2-0 advantage, the youth team are going to make a substitution at the next available point. Off goes Carl Baker again after scoring the first goal. They had a great chance to make it 2 now. Same after making it 2. Can they make it 3? Ball to great goal. Ruben Walls fires the pass to Carl Baker. The goal's been given. I thought I heard a referee's whistle beforehand. And play was stopped. The players stopped playing. The Edinburgh youth team didn't stop. Ruben Walls 180. The pass to Carl Baker, who had an open goal with Christoph Lopez having stopped for the play. And now with a 3-0. Advantage, the youth team will make a change. Off goes Sanchez. And on goes young Sam Gowing. Swiss also taking this opportunity to make a change. Off goes Christoph Lopez, who's having issues with his chair, and on comes Gabriel Panicol. 3-0 to the Epfer youth team in what was a frantic 5 minutes there. Still a bit of confusion on everyone's minds, I believe. Carl Baker and Sam Gowing too close with 2-on-1. Referee's playing advantage. Two-on-ones were given in favour of the Epfer youth team by referee Grillier. Into Carl Baker, spin by Riffy to Emmanuel Rat, through Wars, 180, straight at Riffy. Takes a touch, Sam Gowing. Urged on by the crowd, roared on by the crowd. It's a young Irishman. Through Walls, Del Plas. As a 2-on-1 in favour of the Epfer youth team. Must remember this is... Yes, there's competitive element to the games, of course. But as I said earlier, this is a friendly tournament for players to enjoy themselves. And the power on that hit from Ruben Wars. Staggering. Sam Gowing, I think Brad Bates, manager, was trying to push Sam Gowing forward to maybe get on the end of that pass. As I was saying, this is a friendly tournament at the end of the day. A chance for players and referees to develop before taking it back to their home countries to develop the sport. Back home, Riffy into Sam Gowing. Great pass from Sam Gowing. Into Ruben Walls. Carl Baker just about keeps it in. Ruben Walls got Sam Gowing on the left-hand side. Battling with Yusuf Riffy. Referee needs... I thought the referee made it a new whistle. Whistle is not very loud in this hall with all the noise from the spectators. Players struggling to hear when fouls are being given away. Everyone in the crowd, from an Epfer youth team point of view, helping Sam Gowing, moving him forward, helping him, direct him where to go. Strike from Sam to Sam Gowing. Yusuf Riffy just drives out the way. Comes to Ruben Walls. Walls and Riffy renewing their battle. It's a battle that Riffy will win this time. Kicking for Phoenix. Strike from Riffy. Goes out for a goal kick. Oh. 8 minutes left in this second half. Epfer youth team 3, Phoenix 0. Along high into Walls. That flick was a little bit too flat. Carl Baker to get on the end of. I love the Epfer youth team. Epfer Sam Gowing is just lovely to see. They all want him to succeed. Carl Baker, a little bit of confusion with Ruben Walls there. Ruben happy for Carl to take over. And now he does. Fires the ball forward. Back with Emmanuel Ratz. Ball goes out for a youth team kick in. I said it on commentary earlier, over on the other court. Massive credit to everyone involved for persevering through what is very high humidity, heat, 37 degrees. What a pass! What a save! What a passage of play that was from the Epford youth team. The pass from Ruben Walls, the power, the accuracy straight to Carl Baker on the back post. The shot from Baker, and credit to Panico because that ball was travelling at a great rate of knots. Walls and Baker linking up again. Comes to Baker, his touch slows it down enough for Panico to make the save. Moore was very animated there with Sam going. Just telling him to move. Giving away a 2-on-1. Del Plas. No touch from the back of his chair. I'll go out for a youth team. That will go out for a Phoenix kick in. There's a Phoenix kick in. Which Riffy will take. Walls' pass ricocheted by Riffy to Del Plas. Del Plas trying to drive it, get around it. Ball is still in. Linesman has realised his mistake. Maybe push the flag the wrong way. It's obviously other sports like rugby. You do position the flag towards the direction you're trying to. The direction of the team, sorry. Whereas in football, this is a youth team kick in. Again, a bit of confusion and perplexion on the faces of everyone. Comes to Carl Baker, tried to reverse out the way, but ball was just directly in his path. Shot, saved by Panico. Baker. Strike, comes to Ruben Walls. We're in line one up. Strike, just wide. That near post. Great power on the effort from the young Northern Irishman. It will be a goal kick to Phoenix. Just over 3 minutes left in the game. Remains Phoenix 0, Epford U Team 3. Going to go into Riffy. Good 180 pass. Panico saves that deflection from Walls. To Baker. Riffy out wide to Rats. A long high who's not really had much to do in goal in his second half. Walls will battle with Rats, who's kind of going the wrong way. The young Trailblazers player driving up the court. In fact, all four players on the court are from the island of Ireland. 3 from the Republic and 1 from Northern Ireland. Youth team want to make another substitution. Want to bring the first goal scorer, Tristan Faravola. back on for the remaining minute and a half by the time he gets on. Carl Baker battling with Riffy. The ball out to Ruben Walls. A strike. Goes, finds the back of the net. Wrong footing. Gabriel Panico on that Phoenix goal line. And now youth team can make that substitution. Off goes number 7, the goal scorer, Ruben Walls, who has been fantastic all game at both ends of the court. Just waiting for Sam Gowan to get in his own half before we can restart. If he will restart, he's played well despite the 4 goals that his team have conceded. Faravola now in the middle. Again, he likes to hit the ball hard. And now Sam Gowing driving down the right hand side with Riffy. Can he find a pass inside? Young Midlands player. Fan favourite here in Geneva amongst the youth team. Parents and carers being driven back by Riffy. He's going to go in the box. Been given the clearance by Tristan Faravola. Cross from Riffy, well saved by a long high. Ball went out of play and it'll be a Phoenix kick in. Phoenix kick in. It will be a Phoenix kick in here as time expires. Riffy doesn't quite make contact. James for him. Faravola fires it, blocked by Riffy. Youth team kick in. Very few seconds left. This will be the last action. As soon as this ball is played in, referee Grillier will blow the full-time whistle. Man of the match has to be Ruben Wells, and that is the full-time whistle here in Geneva this afternoon. It's finished home side Phoenix 0, Epford youth team 4. Great game, and join us for more action later on.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2023 GBG Geneva Cup here at the Centre Sportif de la Havre in Geneva, Switzerland, where we are readying ourselves to watch the European All-Stars face off against the Red Foxes from Belgium. It's been an excellent day of football, with each game kind of amplifying the very essence of why competitions such as this are so important. The GBG Geneva Cup is not just a tournament, it's an opportunity for these clubs and their talented players from across Europe. It's a chance to grow, to challenge themselves and to experience football at an elevated continental level. Moments that have the potential to shape careers. But let's not forget the challenges that come with such a prestigious event. Beyond the formidable opponents, players and teams grapple with factors that are often overlooked on the stream, that you can't see, hear or experience in person. Today's soaring temperatures in Geneva, as one example, pose a unique challenge. It's not just about the players' endurance as we progress throughout the day. It's how these temperatures can affect the functionality of the power chairs, and the heat can impact the responsiveness, the speed, the battery life, among others, of these power chairs. So it's a testament to the team's preparation and adaptability when they navigate these obstacles to maintain peak performance. But we're excited to get underway for this one. We'll go through the team lineups shortly as the European All-Stars kick off proceedings, with Bobby Allen advancing first back and now forwards up the field of play, met by Florian Lechantre. Elliot Dole trying to prevent the advancements of the Red Fox, number 10. For all those tuning in, Julien Zhu finds Iago Cordron, can't quite connect. For all those tuning in, sorry, the European All-Stars arguable tournament favourites. Their performance today have been nothing short of inspirational. An emphatic 8-0 win over FC United this morning was followed by a 5-0 win over Toulon. Both performances laying down their intent for the tournament in its entirety. I said it on commentary time and time again. What stood out most about this side, as I'm sure you'll see, Elliot Dole currently advancing up the court, and this will hopefully give a prime example as to my point, as Bobby Allen, unfortunate to just have his hot shot go wide of the right-hand post. It's not just the scorelines that have impressed me most for the European All-Stars. It's the sheer precision and fluidity of play. Their passing in the attacking third has been exceptional, sharp, clinical, and always with purpose. And that's something you'll hear at the very top level, is having a purpose to your intent and your intentions. They've really dissected their opponents with surgical precision at times, and it's been, for me personally, a real joy to watch. I've watched both of their previous two victories and excited to bring you the action of this one. One of the standouts, Julien Zhu there, adorning the goalkeeper jersey. They're facing the Red Fox of Belgium, who have struggled probably so far. A fairly muted tournament. 2 draws with Toulon and FC United have certainly left a lot wondering if they can find a way past these formidable opponents. It's a kind of an intriguing juxtaposition. On one hand, you have the European All-Stars who have effortlessly kind of seen themselves secure comprehensive victories over their opponents with clinical, incisive play. On the other hand, you've got Belgian-based Red Fox, who, despite their defensive solidity, yet to concede nearly a goal there for Elliot Dole, have lacked that cutting edge in the final third. So interesting to see what can happen throughout this one. Let's go through the teams of these two sides. As the European All-Stars line up, Julien Zhu will be the one adorning the orange goalkeeper jersey. In the centre, certainly how it looks or has looked in the opening 3 or so minutes, Elliot Dahl will be the central player for the first time today and of this competition. Comes over to take this set piece. You've got Bobby Allen on the right, Iago Cordron on the left. Both been fairly prolific so far as Iago Cordron tries to add to his tally. One thing to watch throughout this game is the interactions between the two number 10s of these respective sides. Iago Cordron for the European All-Stars and Florian Lechantre for the Red Fox. Both represent the Belgian national team. Both were key individuals to securing the UEFA Cup 2022 in August of last year at this exact venue. Iago Cordron coming over to take, blocked on the line by the number 12 for Red Fox, Gabriel Skutnik. Another interesting dynamic of this game as I just wait for that to take place. Iago Cordron, once again, another corner kick. The coach of Red Fox, Robin Cordron, obviously related to Iago, so strange dynamic, but an interesting one nonetheless, as Julien Zhu attempts an effort at goal, cleared by Florian Lechantre. So the exact lineup of Red Fox, they have Gabriel Skutnik in goal, Florian Lechantre as the number 10. They've got Elvis Bonkongu on the left, and on the right, number 7, Luka Kapelsku. Contact between the chairs allowed by the referee in the centre. Julien Zhu. Over to Bobby Allen. Diagonal pass. Back to Zhu. To Dole. All 4 players involved in this attacking phase of play. Florian Lechantre trying to stop the advances. Once again, the 2 number 10s. Elliot Dole. Good defensive work from Lechantre. Going to try and advance up the court. Red Fox yet to concede, as are the European All-Stars. So the deadlock and that feat has to be broken should one of these teams secure the 3 points. All the way out of play for a European All-Stars kick-in. Bobby Allen to take. Elliot Dole in close support. Back to Bobby Allen. Met by Bunkongu. Constant communication from Robin Cordron. Proved a real asset for the national team last year. Can he inspire his team? So just to explain the dynamic and the format of this tournament, our 8 teams were split into 2 pools, Pool A and Pool B. The European All-Stars, Red Fox, FC United and Toulon all in Pool A. And considering the draws in the other games, is very much reliant on a Red Fox win and results to go against probably a draw on that game between FC United and Toulon for them to progress to the semi-final. But with 8.5 or so minutes gone, they're yet to show any real signs of weaknesses. Sturdy defensive work have prevented European All-Stars from scoring. Considering how quickly they scored in their other two fixtures, I have no doubt for all the while it remains 0-0. Our Belgians will grow in confidence. In Pool B, you've got the European youth team. You've got Jalok Alicante, Modena and Phoenix Genevieve. That's very closely contested, some fantastic games. You just watched the EPFA youth team against Phoenix, an impressive 3-0 win, and they're going to break the deadlock. Fantastic opening goal for the Red Fox, their first goal of the competitions. It looks like it's scored by Elvis Bonkongu. The first goal they've scored, the first goal that the European All-Stars have conceded, and nothing is confirmed in this tournament. Assume nothing. Very much against the run of play, not necessarily against the run of play, but certainly the run of the tournament. Apologies, I've had confirmation now that it was Florent Lechantre that got the official goal for Red Fox. So it's the European All-Stars 0, Red Fox 0. Sorry, 1. Intrigued to see how this plays out now. If I was them, I wouldn't adopt or change their approach too much. It's proved effective thus far. I talked about how effective they were at restricting the attacking options in the opening 5-10 minutes of this half. Certainly when you're taking into context how clinical the European All-Stars were against Toulon and FC United. Slight confusion there from our official, trying to work out which way to award the kick-in. Eventually awarded to Red Fox. A pass from Skutnik into Florent Lechantre. It makes his way eventually over to Julian Zhu. He's going to try and inspire his team to find an equaliser. Elliot Dole, Bonkongu restricting the advancement of Elliot Dole, the number 29. It wouldn't surprise me if the European All-Stars introduce John Dixon shortly. Provides that real stability at the back, a foundation for them to build on. Great support from our Belgian supporters over in the stand at the back. Julian Zhu, back to Dole. One thing that I've referenced both in the build-up to this game and throughout others is how clinical and precise the passes are of the European All-Stars. They've yet to really find that in this game. Zhu, Lechantre, just ricochets fortunately to Iago Cordron, who picks out Bobby Allen, cleared off the line brilliantly by Skutnik. Really impressed. I'm yet to watch a Red Fox game, so apologies I can't directly reference any passages or plays or player performances from their earlier games. I've been solely focused on the fixtures on Court A, and that means I haven't been able to watch any of the matchups on Court B. both of Red Fox games being played on that one. So from what I'm seeing here, that defensive stability and that clinicalness in breaking on a counter-attack and converting makes me wonder how they only were able to secure 2 points from their earlier 2 games. Fired goal bound by Julien Zhu. But looking at the system that the European All-Stars are adopting, 4 out, attacking a very high line. I said it in the game against Toulon. If they're able to break the lines, it's almost an open goal waiting for them. And in that passage of play and that Red Fox goal, it proved that that is absolutely the case. Gabriel Skutnik to take. Le Chantre in close support. Bobby Allen now can't quite keep the ball in play. Red Fox ball. 5.5 minutes remaining. European All-Stars 0. Red Fox 1. Good contact from Le Chantre, and a touch off the front of Julien Zhu's chair sees them get a fairly advanced kick in on this left-hand side. Taken by Luka Kapelski. Takes his time. Le Chantre, the most obvious option, but blocked and cleared well by Bobby Allen. Encouragement on the sidelines from their coach, the All-Stars coaches, Brian Dix and Stuart Allen. Le Chantre locked in a battle with Bobby Allen. Flicked back to Julien Zhu. Le Chantre still there, proving to be a real nuisance in the final third. Elliot Dole clears and sensibly left by the Red Fox number 10. Two options on the bench for Red Fox in Lucia Ferraro and Chloe Tilley, should they wish to use them. Of course, as I previously mentioned, John Dixon waiting, itching to come back on as he looks to assert his presence on this game with his side trailing by 1-0. Bonkongu preventing Zhu from entering that central area. Brilliant pass eventually. Florian Le Chantre put it in the path of Bobby Allen. Very nearly a goal if it wasn't for the superb defending of Gabriel Skutnik. I think we knew, considering the results that they've had, that defensively the Red Fox are a solid outfit, yet to concede a goal all tournament. It was that attacking prowess that was lacking, that decisiveness in the final third, but approaching the half-time interval, it's very much the separating factor between the sides. Le Chantre back to Bonkongu. Back to Le Chantre. They're picking their passes now. Misfortunate from Le Chantre. Couldn't quite get the connection to send it over to Kapelski on the left-hand wing. Out of play. For a corner kick. This will be a huge result for Red Fox. Should they see it over the line, would put them on a points tally of 5 points, of which I think that would be more than enough to see them progress to the semi-final stage. Not quite sure what's been awarded. Confusion amongst the officials, and for some reason a set ball will be what resumes play, but contested between Julien Zhu and Florian Lechantre. Again, I'm not quite sure why that was awarded, and I think the European All-Stars coaches are equally as puzzled, but play now resumes. Final minute of the first half. European All-Stars 0, Red Fox 1. A single Florian Lechantre goal separating the sides. Caudron been fairly quiet in this first half. I think that epitomises their problems. They can't create them spaces for their wide players. They can't really generate the opportunities to trouble the defence of the opposition. Gabriel Skutnik to take. 25 seconds remaining. They won't want to concede now. Just see out this one goal lead into the halftime break, regroup, reassess whether they opt to change, adopt a different style, or stick with their current game plan. We will soon see, but it's the European All-Stars that have to chase this game. The Belgian Red Foxes need to very much take that into consideration. There's little to no additional time. European All-Stars 0, Red Fox 1. Confirmation of that on your screens now. Join me shortly for the second half. Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2023 GBG Geneva Cup here at the Centre Sportif de l'Equipe Havre. A surprising 20 minutes just unfolded, going against the tide of expectations, you could almost say. Red Fox taking that 1-0 scoreline into the break. The European All-Stars' decision to vary their lineup and play that very high line have given the Red Foxes the edge they needed. They spotted the vulnerability that neither FC United or Toulon were able to do across their earlier games, and the Belgian side capitalised brilliantly, turning the game's narrative on its head. It's clear that the All-Stars, using usual fluid passing game, something that I've absolutely raved about, has been their strength and the opposition's undoing up until this time. And they haven't found their rhythm. Adopting to use Julien Zhu as the goalkeeper, or the most defensive, with Elliot Dole just in front. They just lost that cutting edge and that passing range of Julien Zhu. So I very much suspect they will alter their approach in the second half, and it would not surprise me if you saw John Dixon introduced from the get-go, probably in the place of Elliot Dole, and John Dixon playing that kind of sweeper-keeper role. Julien Zhu just in front with the wingers of Iago Caudron or Bobby Allen or Elliot Dole. He's much more effective, or certainly proved more effective out wide today than he has in his central position. But Red Fox, on the other hand, have reminded us how unpredictable the nature of power chair football is. They defended with purpose, and that can't go understated against such a formidable attacking outfit, and they took their chance when it come. So emphasising that even the favourites, what I perceive to be the favourites of the tournament, they can be defeated, or they can be penned back with the right strategy. So really impressive work from the Belgians, and under the leadership of Robin Caudron and Saïd Aina. So as we look forward to the second half, it's all to play for still, and as suspected, they've made that change from the get-go, and whether or not you can see it on your screens, John Dixon immediately introduced in place of Elliot Dole, as I suspected. But the questions are, can the All-Stars recalibrate and find their trademark groove, or will the Red Fox continue to defy expectations and hold on to their slender lead? And that needs to be emphasised. It's only a 1-0 lead, and the next goal of this game can almost turn the fixture on its head. But as we get ready for the second half, thank you to all that are joining us. Hoping for more of the same. Thumbs up from either keeper, and we'll kick things off for the second half, and we'll quickly get confirmation of that change. Very much suspected it would take place as they look to find their rhythm once again, and the thing that made them so effective didn't quite work out with that experimentation. John Dixon straight into the action. Over to Julien Zhu, now in the centre, to Iago Caudron. Zhu, Dixon, lets it run across his chair, rotated spin kick into the side of Julien Zhu's chair. Immediate attacking prowess from the European All-Stars. Confirmation of that change on your screen now. I know following conversations, John Dixon desperate to get his first goal of the tournament. Can he be the one to find the equaliser? Florian Lechantre does well to just guide that out of play. European All-Stars come away with the kick in. Certainly the last time I checked, the Toulon and FC United game was goalless at 0-0. Very much playing into the hands of Red Fox. Dixon down to Julien Zhu, blocked by Gabriel Skotnik. Dixon flicked over to Caudron, just reversing backwards, controls it well, but gives possession back to Elvis Bonkongu. Back to Lechantre. Red Fox ball. Lechantre. Down to Bonkongu. Back to his captain. Cemented to the centre circle. Now just drops back into his own half to cover the advancement of Iago Cordron. And now Bobby Allen with an attempt on goal. Cleared by Gabriel Skutnik. Second attempt. Too much pace for Iago Cordron to guide a shot goal bound. The warning signs are most definitely there, but fantastic defending from the Red Fox. Commands from the All-Stars bench for Julien Zhu to push up, which he does. Immediate pressure on Florian Lechantre, but a great pass to Elvis Bonkongu. Just takes it past his path slightly. Just making an adjustment on the foot straps of Luka Kapelski. Fell off. The play will now resume with a Julien Zhu kick in on the far right hand side. It's our penultimate game of the day. Currently scheduled for Court A. Following this, we have the EPFA European youth team against Shalok Alicante. Exciting to see that one, certainly considering the two results earlier to that, as Iago Cordron puts pressure on the defensive duo of Skutnik and Lechantre. Lechantre comes away well initially. Julien Zhu quick to pressure. He's going to try and flick it back to John Dixon, but Elvis Bonkongu clears it out of play. Dixon, Lechantre. Unfortunate there for the Belgian Red Fox. An open goal behind John Dixon, and had Luka Kapelski readjusted and assessed his positional play, he would have been open to score. 2-on-1 awarded against him, the eventual decision. Julien Zhu, Kapelski, you can see that open wide net on the right hand side. Always the danger with playing such a fluid attacking 4-out system. All four players occupying positions in the defensive half of the Red Fox. One thing the European All-Stars will not want to do is concede. I think I'm right in saying that none of the three teams within Pool A, so that's FC United, Toulon and Red Fox, can surpass the European All-Stars in the league table, as Iago Cordron attempts an effort at goal. So they have secured their spot in the semi-final stage. It's all about the Red Fox now. Three points almost imperative, considering how close they are to others in the table. John Dixon locked in a battle with Elvis Bonkongu. Now met by Florian Lechantre. 2-on-1 awarded in favour of the European All-Stars. Probably the correct decision from our central referee, Simoli Scaligli. Julien Zhu. He has Bobby Allen to his left, Iago Cordron on the right-hand side of the box. Really credible opportunity here. Opts for Bobby Allen, fires it across the box. Ooh, brilliant! Deft touch from Iago Cordron. Guides it over the line to equalise for the European All-Stars. Absolutely brilliant. The set piece from Julian Zhu over to Bobby Allen, who's turned quite the creator in this tournament so far. So confirmation of that goal on your screens now. Iago Cordron makes it European All-Stars 1, Red Fox 1. Certainly brighter in this second half with that stability at the back and Julian Zhu pulling the strings in the centre. Obviously working in England and having the pleasure of watching power chair football and working within power chair football, I get to see many talents within the English game. Fills me with pleasure when I can see how well players are developing across the continent as they're starting to pick out that passing, and just the person I was about to reference, Julian Zhu, puts the ball over the line to score 2 goals in as many minutes to reverse the scoreline. But essentially what I was going to say is to see players that aren't necessarily considered starters for their country. I'm not sure how highly regarded Julian Zhu is within the France setup, but what a player he's proven to be in this tournament. Bobby Allen. So, Florian Lechantre into Skutnik. Now it looks like they're trying to chase the game. They're playing a different approach. Skutnik advancing out of his box where he's been rooted for large parts of this half. "10 minutes remaining. The tide has most definitely turned. And the momentum that the European All-Stars are building with this solid team at their disposal. One thing that they've got to their game now, which the 2 previous games haven't given them, is that element of coming from behind and how you deal with adversity and difficulty in breaking down an opposition, as Julian Zhu continues to pressure the Red Fox defence. Can't be understated how important of a factor that is in power chair football. Whilst it's ideal that you're scoring goals upon goals and you're not necessarily conceding, it takes real character to come from behind to reverse a scoreline, to be patient in your play, and to have confidence in your ability that you will eventually find the space, create the opportunity to score the goals. And that's exactly what they've done, spearheaded by the number 7 Julian Zhu. The players supporting him in attack in Iago Cordron and Bobby Allen. And I rate Elliot Dole as highly as any of them players currently on the court for the European All-Stars. So I probably stick by my prediction that they are tournament favourites, just from what I've seen across the competing teams here in Geneva. Elvis Bonkongu has the difficult task of marking and preventing Julian Zhu from finding one of his teammates. Bobby Allen does well to vacate the space on the left-hand wing to allow his captain the space. Iago Cordron just picks it up with the front of his chair. He's going to potentially try and flick the ball, but backs off to allow Bobby Allen the space in that occasion. I think he's brought it back for a 2-on-1, but apologised as to not allowing that advantage to play on. Florian Lechantre trying to break for the Red Fox of Belgium. Iago Cordron. Substitution. It's going to be for the Red Fox. Off comes Luka Kapelsku. And in his place, Lucia Ferraro. Try and get confirmation of that on your screen shortly after this passage of play. Bobby Allen fires it diagonally, splitting pass across the box of the Red Fox. Iago Cordron, unfortunately, not there to capitalise. Further warning signs. But just want to say thank you once again to any and everyone that's joining us now or has joined us from across the day, that tunes in at a later date for the action here at the 2023 GBG Geneva Cup. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it's just a fantastic platform and opportunity for these players who have probably never experienced competition at a European level before. Can't be understated what that experience does for your development in exposing you to new players, new environments, taking you out your comfort zone. As Iago Cordron crossed the box to Bobby Allen, and fantastic defending from Gabriel Skutnik to prevent the European All-Stars from registering their third goal of the game. Bobby Allen to take. Julian Zhu lets that run all the way back to Iago Cordron, but Ferraro with their first involvement in the tie prevents the number 10 of the All-Stars from capitalising on that ball. Good preventative work from the number 15 of the Belgian Red Fox. John Dixon controls it with the front of his chair, locked in a healthy battle with Lucia Ferraro. Florian Lechantre now taking on defensive responsibility. John Dixon just ricocheting the ball off of Skutnik. Back to Bobby Allen as the most defensive player, and an opportunity for Red Fox sensibly left by Julian Zhu. It's little elements like that that inexperienced players don't necessarily have the know-how to do. The ball had a lot of pace on it. He was never going to control it. The ball was going out for an All-Stars kick-in. So just leaving that. Most definitely the right choice. So a substitution for the European All-Stars sees Elliot Dole re-enter the fray. Iago Cordron coming off. I think a bolt has come loose off of his chair. So whether that played into the coach's decision making, I don't know. Either way, he's been replaced by someone of equal quality. That's something that's without question going to daunt the opposition or whoever they end up facing in the semi-final of the GBG Geneva Cup, because the strength and depth, they know that they can make a change and it not play a detrimental factor in the quality of their play and their overall team. Again, without talking with direct reference points or understanding of how the early games played out, huge positives to take from the Belgian Red Fox in this game. And even if they succumb to a 3-1 defeat, as is looking will be the case, sorry, 2-1, they'll take probably more positives in this defeat than they would in either of their 0-0 draws with FC United or Toulon. No doubt they'll be eagerly listening to the action on Court B to see how this plays out and whether their spot in the semi-final is in jeopardy. A 2-1 defeat here would see them take 2 points from their 3 games. So, should it remain 0-0 on Court B, goal difference will be their saviour. But I cannot comment as to whether or not that is the case on Court B. I'll try and get you the information as soon as possible as we approach the final 30 seconds. Player of the match, I haven't necessarily done it across the tournament, but certainly been noting it in my notepad. I've got to once again give it to Julien Zhu. Played an unfamiliar position in the first half, adorning the orange goalkeeper jersey for the European All-Stars. And they just show when he's isolated and not necessarily involved in that central role where he can dictate the play. I won't say that the European All-Stars were kind of toothless in attack, but they certainly lacked that precision and creativity of that when he operates in the centres. Bobby Allen has a chance to put it up to 3-1, prevented brilliantly by Florian Chantre. So we've had the regulation 20 now into any additional time that the referee has accrued across this second half. Zhu over to Elliot Dole, back to Zhu. Good pass in play. And that will be the final involvement and action of the pool games. A fantastic round of fixtures for the European All-Stars, who take 9 points from their 3 games. The Belgian Red Fox have to settle for 2 points. Very much out of their hands now, with the game on the other court still going on. So you should have confirmation of that final score on your screens now. European All-Stars 2, the Belgian Red Fox 1. Florian Lechantre opened the scoring for the Belgian Red Fox before Oniago Caudron equaliser, followed quickly by a Julien Zhu winner. Next up, on Court A, the final game of the day, which will see the EPFA youth team play their final pool game against Shalok Alicante. I hope you can join me for that one shortly. Hello everyone, welcome back to the 2023 GBG Geneva Cup here at the Centre Sportif de l'Equateur, of course, in the sunny city of Geneva, Switzerland, where you join us for the final game of the day and the final game in Pool B, which will be contested between the teams of EPFA Youth Team and Shalok Alicante. Your officials, Morag Piri, an official and second officials of Ocean Grelier and Simone Scalisi. Let's get confirmation of them teams before I'll bring you the live action of this game. Number 10, Sam Gowen. Number 11, Fionn Olonga. Number 15, Aaron Teralbo Sanchez. Number 2, Tristan Faravola. Very impressive in that earlier 3-0 win that they had over Phoenix. Number 7, Ruben Walls, the captain, the ever impressive. And number 8, Kyle Baker. Their coaches, Ethan McNichol and Brad Blates. Quickly to go through the team of Shalok. Number 1, Juan Montilla Luke. Number 10, Samuel Gro Garcia. Number 16, Arturo Fabra Reina. Number 5, Marcos Garcia Trives. And number 6, Victor Gil Vidal. Likewise with the game we had earlier, an interesting dynamic in this game, which we'll see Aaron Teralbo Sanchez, currently representing the EPFA youth team, come against a team of his native land, one of the Spanish national team players who competed at the EPFA Nations Cup last year. Will be playing and hoping to win against his compatriots. So he's the goalkeeper for the EPFA youth team. Ruben Walls in the centre with wingers of Kyle Baker and Tristan Faravolo. So the referee kicks off proceedings. Kyle Baker immediately intercepts, putting pressure on the Shalok defence. In goal for them, or certainly as the most defensive player currently, they have Victor Gil Vidal, so adapting their approach from the game that I watched earlier when they beat Phoenix Genevieve 1-0. Gro Garcia in the centre, just with that adaptation of wearing the goalkeeper jersey. On the right-hand side, it looks like it's going to be Marcos Garcia Trives. And on the left-hand side, Juan Montilla Luke. No doubt that they will continue to switch which side that they operate on to best suit the attacking momentum of Shalok. Looks like we're going to need an adjustment for the chair of Samuel Gro Garcia from the coach of Shalok. Options on the bench for either side. For the EPFA youth team, they have number 10, Sam Gowen, and number 11, Fionn Olonga. For Shalok Alicante, they have Arturo Fabra Reina, who played a key role in the single goal that they scored against Phoenix Genevieve earlier today. So no doubt he's itching to get on, hoping to make a similar impact against the EPFA youth team. Ruben Walls, keep an eye on his communication, constantly talking, communicating with his teammates. The worthy captain of this young side, and I've said it on commentary before, this starting four and the players that they have on the bench are just a small representation as to the talent that we have across the European continent, the future of the sport is incredibly bright. Faravola, score of an excellent goal against Phoenix Geneva, just dispossessed, allowing Samuel Gros-Garcia to just relieve the pressure on Victor Gil-Vidal. Arguably the sternest test for the EPFA youth team. I'm yet to commentate on Medina, our Italian side here at the GBG Geneva Cup 2023. But no, they played out a very entertaining 2-2 draw with the EPFA youth team earlier today. A point or three would almost definitely secure the EPFA youth team one of the two semi-final spots in Pool B. In Pool A, it was very dramatic, went down to the wire in the final game as all of Toulon, FC United and the Belgian Red Fox locked on 2 points apiece. It was goal difference that I've emphasised will play a contributing factor to the outcome, and it did exactly that in Pool A. And by the goal difference, only succumbing to a 2-1 defeat to the European All-Stars saw them take a much superior goal difference into the final standings when compared to FC United and Toulon. So first in that group was the European All-Stars with 9 points from 3 games, and with 2 points from 3 games, but just a -1 goal difference sees Red Fox also progress to the semi-final stage. So Garcia Trives into Gros-Garcia. Baker trying to prevent the advances. It's left up to the captain, Ruben Walls, eventually hailing from Northern Ireland. Rolling straight as an arrow down that line and brilliantly kept in by Gros-Garcia. Corner kick for Shalok, to be taken by Juan Montilla-Luc. Five and a half minutes gone. Into Gros-Garcia, just guides it goal bound, cleared by Aaron Traube Sanchez, called into defensive duties for the first time this game. Too much contact there from Kyle Baker into the side of Gros-Garcia's chair. Contact foul and direct free kick will be the result. Can they generate something here? Quickly taken, not quite the connection Gros-Garcia would have liked. Has a second chance to generate an opportunity, sending it into the path of Juan Montilla-Luc, out for a goal kick. Traube Sanchez trying to clear, 2-on-1, awarded in favour of Shalok. Ruben Walls coming out of his defensive box, and Traube Sanchez not backing off quick enough to allow that necessary 3-metre distance. Indirect free kick, will resume play, has to go via the chair of an opponent and or teammate. Be taken by Gro Garcia. Juan Montia-Luke trying to squeeze his way in between the two defensive players of the EPFA youth team. Contact in that box, keep an eye on that. Gro Garcia is just asking about the positional play. Juan Montia-Luke wants to operate and position himself between the chairs of Sanchez and Walls. He's allowed to do so as per the laws of the game. Trives on the left hand side, fires it goal bound. Traubo Sanchez clears off the line. Now advancing out of his box. Contact initially allowed by the referee. Carl Baker sends it goal bound. Victor Gilvidal has to control it and guide it out of play. Probably the most sensible option, considering the placement of Gro Garcia not being able to resume that defensive work. But an opportunity for the EPFA youth team nonetheless. Walls all the way over to Baker. Couldn't quite get the timing and or connection to generate a real credible opportunity. But the initial ball from Ruben Walls needs the credit it deserves. Straight as an arrow through the defensive wall of Shalok to his number 8 winger. Another chance here. Tristan Faravola yet to have real involvement as Ruben Walls rotates it, spins it, and a fantastic goal from the EPFA youth team number 7. For me, without question, the goal of the game. Goal of the day, goal of the competition. Generated laser accuracy and power. Absolutely fantastic from one of the standouts of the tournament so far. And 3 points would most definitely secure them a spot in the semi-finals, and I can't wait to see what he does against other opposition as they get into the business end of the tournament. I have to watch that one back. That was truly sensational. I talk about how promising it is and encouraging it is that the next generation, and this can't be understated, that I believe most of these EPFA youth teams are 16 and under. If that's the level you can operate at that age, when you're 18, 20, 25, what level are you going to be operating at as Faravola is placed a ball on that right hand wing? Victor Gilvidal desperately trying to prevent the number 2 for the EPFA youth team, now with a chance to break. Gilvidal still involved in the action, battling with the goal scorer Ruben Walls. Very stubborn from the Shalok number 6. Patiently persevering to stop the EPFA youth team captain from generating the space to create an opportunity. Out for a Shalok ball. Gilvidal is going to have to try and clear or relieve the pressure here once again. met by Ruben Walls in the centre of the court. Gro Garcia has to drop back. He evades the pressure of the number 6. Met eventually by Gro Garcia. He has options on the bench. They have Faravola and Baker have to be aware of their positional play. They're very close to one another. Should have Walls flick the ball back. Would have been very close in that final third. Going to get a substitution. The first of the game sees Fionn Olonga come on. And Tristan Faravola come off. You should have confirmation of that on your screens now. Ruben Walls to take the corner kick into Olonga. His first involvement in the tie. Just wide of the left-hand post. Out for a Shallock goal kick. 13.5 minutes played. Once again, 2-on-1. Gro Garcia coming out of his box. Would have needed Juan Montilla-Luc to drop right back. Another good opportunity for Ruben Walls. Fionn Olonga closely marked by Gil Vidal on the right. Kyle Baker now in between Garcia and Luke. Keep an eye on Fionn Olonga here. Can he guide the ball in with the right hand side of his chair? Certainly from where I'm standing, the most obvious option for the captain, considering how square Carl Baker is. Does just that, but not quite where Fionn Olonga could best have generated the power. It went to his back wheel, whether that played into his thinking to catch Gro Garcia unaware. But Ruben Walls still proving a problem. Carl Baker couldn't get the connection as he rotated from left to right. But fortunately for him, it was a Spanish player's touch which saw it out of play. So Ruben Walls comes over to take the kick in. Slight delay. As Gro Garcia is unhappy with the placement of Fionn Olonga. Who eventually drops off. Stubborn play, or positional play should I say, from Fionn Olonga. Frustrating Gro Garcia. Into the box. Off the side of Gro Garcia's chair. Did well to angle his chair in such a fashion that it went to the path of Gil Vidal. Walls. Out of play. Goal kick. 5.5 remaining. For Youth Team 1. Chalok 0. Juan Montilla-Luc to take this goal kick. All the way to Ruben Walls, who can attempt an effort at goal and fired off the front of Victor Gil Vidal's chair. Potentially dangerous opportunity there. Whilst power of that nature is most likely to generate a cutting pass or cutting shot, you see there the vulnerability that it leaves, that if you don't have the accuracy and there is a closely contested opponent, how it can very much work against you. Had Victor Gil-Vidal's chair been positioned or angled towards the for Youth team goal, that would have, without question, posed a real challenge for Aaron Traubo Sanchez, currently occupying the most defensive position for for Youth team. Final couple of minutes. Fionn Olonga into Ruben Walls. A late equaliser would surely give them real encouragement. Just that moment of magic from Ruben Walls separating the sides. A wonder strike earlier in the half. Very impressive coaching duo for the for Youth team in Brad Bates and Aoife McNichol of England and Republic of Ireland respectively, both in preparation at the moment for the 2023 FITFA Power Chair Football World Cup, set to take place in Sydney, Australia from October 15th to the 20th. They'll both have high aspirations of achieving stuff with their countries. No doubt it's a dream for any and all competing here this weekend to represent their nation at a World Cup. So hopefully as the 2026 World Cup comes around, we'll have some of the players present here competing, as Victor Gil-Vidal quickly pressed by Fionn Olonga. Does well to come away with it. Clives very isolated this half, has had little to no involvement, certainly when compared to that of their earlier game against Phoenix Genevieve. We've had the regulation 20, so now into any additional time the referee has tallied up from the stoppages and substitutions. Sanchez into Olonga, blocked by Gro Garcia. 2-on-1 awarded in favour of Shallock, and a very, very late opportunity here to find an equaliser. Gil-Vidal in a nice position on that left-hand wing. If Gro Garcia can find the accuracy and the power, quickly closed down by Ruben Walls, just gets the better initially of the for Youth team number 7, but didn't come to anything in the end. And a great opportunity to overload the defence of Shallock. Not enough pace on that ball for Kyle Baker to really generate any real opportunity, whether that be an attempt on goal past Juan Montilla-Luke or a return pass to Fionn Olonga. But barring a bit of magic, it's going to go into the half-time break at 1-0. Had close to 2 minutes of additional time. Surely it can't go more than 2 minutes. The referee eventually takes a look at her watch, and I very much suspect that will be the last involvement of the half. For Youth team 1, Shallock 0. An absolute wonder strike from the Epfort youth team, number 7, Ruben Walls, the difference. Join me shortly for the second half. Hello everyone and welcome back to this second fixture and the final second half in this final fixture of the day, where we see the EPFA youth team take on Xaloc of Spain in the final pool game. A single Ruben Wool's goal separating the sides as we have one final half, 20 minutes to go before tomorrow's placing games and semi-finals. So just for a little bit of context, in Pool A, it was both the European All-Stars and the Belgian Red Foxes who finished first and second place respectively, securing their spots in the GBG Geneva Cup 2023 semi-finals. And should it end, or should it currently play out as it is now, EPFA youth team will be one of the teams in the semi-finals. Currently on Court B, Modena of Italy are taking on Phoenix of Geneva. Without looking into too much detail as to the goal difference, both are on 7 points, having both won 2 and drawn 1. Xaloc, unfortunately, are very much rely on winning this game, and Modena succumbing to a defeat against Phoenix if they are to progress. So barring late drama here at the Centre Sportif de l'Equipe Havre, our semi-finalists will be the European All-Stars, EPFA youth team, Red Fox and Modena. How they set up exactly, we will bring confirmation as soon as it's confirmed. Contact there from the recently substituted Arturo Fabra Reina on his compatriot Aaron Traubo Sanchez. I'll bring you confirmation of that change now. Should be able to see that on your screens. Arturo Fabra Reina coming on. Marcus Garcia Trives taking his spot on the bench. But early attacking pressure from our Spanish side. Quickly taking ball from Gro Garcia, who has to have an adjustment with his chair, I believe. His arm's just fallen off his armrest, and I think fortunately for him, he will be able to retake this indirect free kick, which he quickly took a few seconds ago, but was blocked well by Fionn Olonga. The second attempt, very wide. No real accuracy or precision on that. Fortunately for him, Fionn Olonga couldn't get out of the way in time. So a second successive set piece. Victor Gilvidal into the side of Sanchez's chair. Sanchez now with a really good opportunity to break for the EPFA youth team. Faravola on his left-hand side. Traubo Sanchez and Gil Vidal battling away in the centre circle. Favlavola waiting in the wings on the left-hand side. Fionn Olonga yet to really impose himself and his influence on this game. Gil Vidal into the path of Gro Garcia, who just cushions it beautifully with the side of his chair, but quickly met by the impressive Ruben Walls. Flicked back into the path of Juan Montilla-Luke. Fararola trying to put pressure on the Shallock goal. There's no choice but to just clear his lines out of the danger initially. Ruben Walls just getting some instructions from one of his coaches, Brad Bates. Fararola in the centre, Olonga at the back, he lets it go back to his chair, blocked on the line. Now go Garcia, is surely going to put it into an open goal. He does exactly that, arguably against the run of play, but a goal nonetheless. A fantastic worked opportunity, capitalising on the fact that most of the EPFA youth team players were advanced up the court, leaving that gap in behind. You should have confirmation of that goal on your screen now. It doesn't do too much for the standings. It just means that Medina will most definitely finish top of the group, with the EPFA youth team having to settle for second on 6 points, meaning it will be an intriguing matchup. Should it finish like this, the European All-Stars will play the European youth team in semi-final 1 of the 2023 GBG Geneva Cup. That is one that promises to be exciting. And as such, Brad Bates and Aoife McNichol have adjusted slightly, bringing Kyle Baker back onto the field of play. Fionn Olonga wasn't quite his game, has to come off in his place. So arguably the most attacking lineup that the EPFA youth team can field, with Traubo Sanchez in goal, Ruben Walls in the centre with the wingers of Fararola and Kyle Baker. Can they make it count? Gil Vidal sits over the ball currently. Still absolutely not out the realm of possibility that Shallock are able to secure one of the semi-final spots. They would need to find a second goal without reply from the EPFA youth team and hope that Phoenix get back into the game against Modena on Court B. That's streamed live across the European Powerchair Football Association's YouTube, so anyone interested in watching these games side by side, please do so. Carl Baker sends it towards the goal of Shallock. Juan Montilla-Luke's just going to let that roll out of play. I think it would have been nice for Carl Baker had Fararola occupied a position on that left-hand wing as opposed to very square in line with the centre circle, and then the option of passing it out to the left would have been far more productive than that of an attempt on goal. Gro Garcia now, following that earlier equaliser, looks like he's got reinvigorated energy to try and drag his team forward. Fararola back to Fabra Reina on the left-hand side, couldn't quite control the ball. Out for an EPFA youth team ball. 29 minutes played, just under 11 remaining of this brilliant game to conclude a brilliant round of pool games in both Pool A and Pool B. All we could have asked for is that it's competitive and we see kind of the individual talent that we have across the continent of Europe, and it's delivered that and some. Baker. Down to Faravola. Blocked by Samuel Gro Garcia. Just had confirmation that it's 4-0 to Medina against the Phoenix. So, unfortunately for this late rally from Shalok Alicante, it looks like it will be Medina finishing top of the group with the EPFA youth team finishing second. I think even if EPFA youth team are able to find a winning goal difference will dictate their placement in the table. So the EPFA youth team will play the European All-Stars in semi-final 1, which will be incredibly exciting. And Medina will face the Belgian Red Foxes. So join us tomorrow for them thrilling semi-final games, placing games as well throughout the day. So every team, irrelevant of how they've played or performed in the pool games, has a chance to determine their own placement. Almost an opportunity for the other 4 teams to reset overnight and come with a new energy and purpose for tomorrow's games. Victor Gil-Vidal on the edge of the box, indirect free kick. Fabra Reina has an attempt at goal, blocked by his compatriot Tarabo Sanchez, out of play. Good pressure from the Spanish side. Carl Baker sends it towards the Shalok goal. Juan Montilla-Luke been fairly uninvolved in this game, but does well to clear the ball there and prevent the opportunity from Carl Baker. Had confirmation that it's actually now 5-0 on the game on Court B. Medina running away with it, really racking up them goals to confirm their spot as the winners of Pool B. Good commanding work from Ruben Walsh in the centre. You can see how animated he is. And once again, I'll mention it won't necessarily come across on the stream, but the fact that I can hear him loud and clear, dictating and instructing his teammates where and when to be in different places. I've got big headphones on to conduct this commentary and can still hear him loudly above them. .33 minutes gone. EPFA Youth Team 1, Shalok 1. Gro Garcia to take. Into Gil Vidal. Can't quite get the angle. Faravola can't quite get the speed to keep it in play. It certainly didn't look like around the 10-11 kilometre mile an hour mark. That I wonder if the batteries are really plagued by this tepid heat that we have at the Centre Sportif de la Cuellar. Had no chance of keeping that ball in, although the pace of his chair didn't look maximum. Not that it mattered either way, like this still a very presentable opportunity for the EPFA youth team. Letting that roll out of play didn't affect the outcome. Seen out for a corner kick by Juan Montilla-Luke. Faravola tried to guide it over to Baker. Blocked by Gro Garcia, 2-on-1. It's worth noting, we've said it a few times across the day, but today's soaring temperatures posed a unique challenge. Not just the players' endurance as it tests, but more the functionality of the power chairs, and the heat can impact that responsiveness, the speed and battery life So you may see kind of a diluted version of the game in the latter stages of this day when compared to that of the first. Ruben Walls, indirect free kick over to Carl Baker, just ricochets between the chairs in the box. Obviously a trademark to his game, the 180 spin kick, or 180 spin shot should I say, of Ruben Walls. Faravola between the chairs of Gil Vidal and Gro Garcia. Baker at the back post, no doubt the intended target of this ball. Gro Garcia blocks, and now a chance to break for the Spanish side. Baker just cuts off Victor Gil Vidal to stop his advancement onto the loose ball. Gro Garcia, Faravola right behind him, and a foul awarded in the favour of the Spanish captain. Almost could be deemed a sensible professional foul from Tristan Faravola, because it could have been a real credible opportunity for Garcia if he was able to generate the power to send that into the box. Chance for the ETFA youth team to regroup. Arturo Fabra Reina. Ruben Walls sets away Faravola on the left-hand wing, quickly marked and blocked by Gro Garcia. Over to Fabra Reina, attempts an effort at goal. Will struggle to find a way past Ruben Walls. 2-on-1. Fabra Reina and Gro Garcia too close to one another. We're going to get a substitution in the final 3 minutes of this game. It's going to be Marcus Garcia Trives coming back on, and Arturo Fabra Reina. That concludes his short cameo spell in this second half. Definitely looking to finish the pool game strongly. Shalok Alicante. Faravola is going to try and flick it towards Baker. Gro Garcia has to collect. Ruben Walls quick to pounce on that loose ball, but Gro Garcia, the captain of Shalok Alicante, does well to put it out of play. Ruben Walls once again sensibly that time. We spoke about it in the first half, how them 180 spin kits, the power generating shots, can prove a real asset, but real liability in certain instances. And he set up his chair, or animated the action of doing that. But had he done so, Victor Gil Vidal was waiting to send it straight into the defensive half of the ETFA youth team. Gro Garcia puts it out of the path of Tristan Faravola, out for an ETFA youth team ball. Final minute and a half. Just a huge thank you as we conclude the final minutes to everyone that's joined us across the stream here today. We hope you can join us tomorrow for more exciting action. Ruben Walls, contact as Tristan Faravola reverses into the side of Gro Garcia. Could very well be a yellow card. Second time that he's had contact with the Spanish captain. But allowed on that occasion. Juan Montilla Luke into the side of Gro Garcia's chair. Met by Kyle Baker. Flicked, unfortunately, for Gro Garcia, out of play for an opposition ball. Quickly taken, but straight out of play. I would struggle to call a player of the match, despite the placements in the pool B standings. It's almost unfortunate for Shalok Alicante that they weren't able to accrue enough points. So as you can see, confirmation of Pool B and the respective standings, certainly as they lie currently, as we've had so Medina will take top spot in Pool B. Etfa youth team will have to settle for second. Apologies if I've referenced the table wrongly in any way. Now can understand that Sherlock can still secure one of those semi-final placings if they was able to get 3 points from this game. Aaron Traubo Sanchez takes a double touch. Interesting to see what the referee allows. Probably a set ball. I think in the nature of the game is allowing Aaron Traubo Sanchez to retake just under 2 minutes into and that is full time. Etfa youth team have secured one of the 2 semi-final spots. Sherlock Alicante have to settle for a place-in fixture tomorrow. It was Ruben Walls who opened the scoring for the Etfa youth team before a very well worked counter-attacking goal from Samuel Gro Garcia. But it ends Etfa youth team 1, Sherlock 1. And that concludes our action for the day here at the Centre Sportif de l'Equipe in Geneva, Switzerland for day 1 of the 2023 GBG Geneva Cup. Keep an eye across social media to have confirmation of today's results, confirmation of tomorrow's fixtures, along with the streaming information. Once again, thank you to all that have joined us across the stream. Just want to give a huge credit to my right hand behind the scenes, Feli Fisher, who's been invaluable in controlling the camera and helping behind the scenes here on Court A. Thank you all. See you tomorrow.